So yeah, we're going to be talking about India-Pakistan conflict. So I've been watching a bit on India-Pakistan conflict, and it's pretty cut and dry, really. You know, like India comes out with a press conference and says, "Oh, we're just bombing terrorist areas, you know, where the known terrorists hang out and commit the atrocities from." And Pakistan has just come out on social media with fake videos and you know, propaganda to try and like say, "Oh, you know, India has bombed 27 babies have died, you know. Think of the children." And yes, I'm sure some children will have died. And yes, I'm sure some women and families would have died, you know. Because terrorists, you know, they'll have the bloody kids and the bloody wives on site, you know. Wives, you know, each of them will have the wives on site, you know, like multiple wives. I mean, India probably has multiple wives as well, I don't know. But yeah, that's the problem, you know. Like, and like, have we ever had a terrorism attack from any Indians, you know? And have we ever had any terrorism attacks from Pakistan in England? I mean, you know, Pakistan, yeah, definitely. Bin Laden were a terrorist, weren't they? Yeah, that guy was definitely a terrorist. Have we ever had any terror attacks from India, you know? I don't think I've ever seen an Indian in a bloody riot, you know, in England. You know? They are completely peaceful. The people are, anyway. I don't know about the government. The government's not very peaceful, but they are like doing attacks in self-defense. I think fucking India's getting a bit too big for its boots, though. I must admit, you know, like they're like, "Oh yeah." Right now they're just like, "Fuck it," you know. We've got the capabilities, you know. We've got the military infrastructure now, you know. Let's fuck Pakistan, you know. I don't think that's a good idea. But apparently Pakistan's been at it for 47 years. 47 years Pakistan's been at this, you know, like trying to attack the border of India. So fuck about and find out, I suppose, Pakistan. Fuck about and find out, you know, like. No doubt in my mind there is terrorist organisations in Pakistan, you know. In fact, no doubt in anyone's mind. Not even Pakistan knows about it, you know. And my new video is going to show a certain known terrorist that's going to a known terrorist funeral, and his army, his Pakistani army people in the background supporting him. So, you know, that can't be confirmed, you know. It can't be confirmed because, like, just a picture. And, you know, maybe all them people in the army have been sacked, hopefully, by the Pakistani military establishment. Like that would happen in England, you know. If English people were in the army, you know, let's say a Muslim guy were in the army, English army, and he goes to a non-terrorist funeral, you know, and he's got pictures in his fucking army clothes on. He'd get sacked, you know. If he goes in civilian clothes, then maybe not. But if it was his dad or something, you know, maybe not. But which is why we can only take this as a grain of salt. There's no reason to turn up to a funeral with army clothes on, unless you're supporting the terrorism. You know, that's the point of the picture. You know, I think it's quite an interesting point that the High Commissioner was. The Indian High Commissioner was talking about. It got 2.4 million views, by the way. Look at this shit. It actually got 2.4 million views. You know, like, people say legacy media is dead, but it's not dead on fucking YouTube. It's an interesting topic.
The players to search and managed to complete the challenge, but we've got a smile.
Got ads. Gotta watch ads.
Shop Etsy for original under 100.
More ads. It's okay.
To your viewers, this
This is actually crazy, by the way. You know, like, this is actually crazy. Like, if this happened in England, you know, this picture is a picture of Pakistan army stood behind a non-terrorist at a non-terrorist's funeral. I think, if I remember correctly.
And operate within Delhi.
well, look, let me show you this photograph of yesterday, I believe it is, to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdur Rauf. He's a brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you mentioned. Look who's behind it, Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that?
The national flag means it's a military funeral, I'm guessing. Because, like, the military always do that. They put the flag on the coffin, don't they? I think that's what they're trying to say.
Make of your system. And everybody knows that for the last 30 years, Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple...
Well, maybe it's just a military guy. Maybe the non-terrorist is a terrorist, but the person that died was his family member, so he's going to turn up to the funeral. But they're stood with a non-terrorist. The military is stood with a non-terrorist. That's pretty crazy.
The solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do 30 years ago, and to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
We can't verify these images ourselves, and this is part of one of the problems, High Commissioner, that both sides, there's a lot of information coming out, but independent journalists, foreign journalists are not being given access. The Pakistanis have said to me, you're free to come to the sites that have been targeted, and we can take you to the line of control as well
This
with
is
the
funny.
military to show you what's been hit and targeted. And in the same way, the information that we find that we're getting out of, and this image that you showed was shown at a press conference that the military in Delhi put out as well. But that is part of the problem here as well, isn't it, High Commissioner? I mean, there is an information warfare that's taking place, and independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
I mean, information warfare, you know, it's not really information warfare, it's just disinformation, like, constantly. You know, I mean, do you really think fucking India's going to tell you, like, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and so help me God? No. Do you really think Pakistan's going to tell you? Do you really think England's going to tell you the whole truth? No. But who do believe more than fucking anybody in these two situations? India or Pakistan, you know? Like, you know, I mean, I don't know what anyone else believes, but, you know, I know how I believe in.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military.
Yeah. Good idea. Don't go to fucking active war zones, you know. Genius. I mean, you know, it don't mean like you'd be like, you know, if you want to go to Kashmir, you know, then go to Kashmir.
The operation is happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including...
I know a lot of Pakistanis that go back to Kashmir and they do like videos, like social media videos about Kashmir. And it's fine, you know, it's fine, mostly. But yeah, it's basically an active border against India, you know, so... well, it's a border against Pakistan, I guess. Pakistan wants it back, though, I think. I looked at the map and, like, apparently they've been going back and forwards for years. I didn't really know that this was going on, to be honest. It's quite interesting. And the terrorism, like these wars with India and Pakistan, fuel the war on terrorism with the West as well, because we supply military munitions to India, probably more than Pakistan. In fact, they have the numbers somewhere on this video.
If Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
High Commissioner, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
No ads. Thank you. I've only been muted for just a second. So this is a chart of the munitions.
With personnel in its army, Pakistan has less
Oh no, that's the army. Yeah, that's the army.
than half of that, 560,000. In the Navy, India has 75,000 active personnel and Pakistan has 30,000. In the Air Force, India has almost...
This is from... I should have made this more clear.
Just remind our viewers how the two countries stack up against each other militarily. Now, India has over 1.2 million active personnel.
Oh, these are the troops.
In its army.
Sorry.
Pakistan has less than half of that, 560,000. In the Navy, India has 75,000 active personnel and Pakistan has 30,000. In the Air Force, India has almost 150,000 personnel, while Pakistan, again, has less than half with 70,000. But let's look...
This is not including the terrorists, by the way, you know. There's probably terrorists in India as well, and there's probably some more terrorists in Pakistan. There's probably a lot more terrorists in Pakistan than India. But a lot of Muslims live in India as well. Like they coexist. You know, a lot of Christians live in India. But you know, like terrorists are mainly from Muslim background, as far as I'm aware.
And add the Chinese factor now into the equation. China is by far
I think it's Muslim religion against whatever fucking Indian religions they have. You know, that's the problem. That's why Pakistan doesn't like India, because India's inclusive. You know.
Pakistan's largest weapons supplier, providing 81% of imports from.
So, all right, this is a shared imports. So this is from UK and China and. Wait, let's just listen to what she says again.
Let's look and at the Chinese factor now into the equation. China is by far Pakistan's largest weapons supplier, providing 81% of imports from 2020 to 2024. In contrast, Russia is your country's largest supplier, India's, and provided 36% of its weapon imports in the same period. How worried is India about the China factor?
I thought she did like US and. Anyway. I don't matter. It doesn't matter. I think she does talk about it in a second, but you know.
The Air Force, India.
You can go watch the video for yourself. India-Pakistan conflict. Just search that, you know. NDTV. So China gives more weapons to Pakistan. That's what the moral of that story is. And like the reason for that is, you know, is because India is very well established as a military power. You know, like they make their own weapons. You know, they've got loads of people. I mean, not as many as Pakistan, obviously, but like they've got loads of people working on technology. Like they are one of the most highly technological countries on the planet. You know, like they fucking work on technology, so they probably don't need as many foreign aids, technological military aids as Pakistan. Pakistan just buys and sells weapons, you know, constantly. They're obsessed with war for some reason. Like all India's bothered about is defense. Like whatever it takes to defend. You know? They don't have to shell out loads of money to foreign people to buy military weapons to terrorize fucking everybody, you know. Like, obviously, Pakistan's gonna have more weapons than India, you know. They're a warring country for some reason. And it's sad because, like, we allow Muslim people from Muslim countries like Pakistan to come to England and you know, not all of them are terrorists, but some might be. And it's hard to let like a certain people, a certain religion from a certain country that's so pissed off about India, you know. If Pakistan is coming to this country and they're pissed off about India, and we support India in the West, well, we don't support them, you know. Like India can deal with it themselves, you know. Like India can deal with it themselves, but if World War Three would happen, like who do you think we're gonna spot? You know, and I'll give you a guess. It's not Pakistan. You know, no offense, Pakistani people. You know, but we're not gonna like if you go to war, Pakistan goes to war. You know, and World War Three. You know. Well, it won't be World War Three, you know. We wouldn't even fucking entertain that idea. But if it did happen, you know, like, we're more likely we're going to spot India than Pakistan. And I don't know why that is, you know. I don't know why that is. It's just my guess, because it's my opinion, because it's based on. There's no Indians that have come to England and done terror attacks, you know. But there has been Muslims that come over here and do terror attacks. So, you know, like, that's one reason. And it's one of the main reasons why I'm more inclined to agree with India, even though I don't agree with India. Like, I think they're getting too big for the boots, you know, like. But, like, India has to put up drone defense and, like, you know, aerial defense systems across the border of India, just because Pakistan keeps coming in. You know, they keep having to defend themselves against Pakistan, and that's no way to live, bro. You know, that's no way to live. So, you know, I'm not surprised that fucking Pakistan got bombed. You know, I'm not surprised. Fuck about and find out. You know. India's been taking it like troopers for ages. They've never complained. Well, they have complained, but you know, they complained about, like, Pakistan won't come to the table for peace talks, but millions of times. Well, you know, a lot of times. And apparently India's just sick of it, you know. India's like, oh, well, you know, fucking, no, you're not going to talk, you know. Like, you're not going to talk about the problems, which is terrorist groups in Pakistan. And in fact, you're supporting the terrorist groups. The Pakistani military is actually actively supporting the terrorist groups. So, you know, we're not going to go after your military right now. But if you stop us taking them fucking military groups, it's like in England, right? In England, we would actually, like, put bases everywhere, you know? Put bases on the border, like, to like, try and, like, deter these things from happening, terrorist groups from, like, becoming a reality. Like, we do that actively. We put our military in other people's countries. We go, yo, can we just sit our military base in here, just in case these fucking terrorists, you know, get too big for the boots. Like, we do that actively. Like, in Pakistan's a massive place, by the way. Like, more people than fucking India, which I was surprised about. Like, India can't relinquish any more land to Pakistan. They can't relinquish any more land because they need to have that border there. They need to have that border just in case the terrorists or, you know, Pakistan gets too big for the boots. They have to keep that line between India and Pakistan. You know, they have to hold that line, because otherwise it's going to be more difficult to keep track of all the terrorism and the craziness that's going on in Pakistan right now. Like, Pakistan is going to have to sort out the government. By the way, in Pakistan, nobody has ever gone through the, no Pakistani Prime Minister has ever gone through a whole 5-year term in the whole time they've been there. The longest is 4 years and 65 days. That's the longest any Prime Minister in Pakistan has ever been in charge. And that tells you all you need to know about, like, the public opinion about the Prime Ministers in Pakistan. I mean, okay, England don't do very well with Prime Ministers either, but, you know, it's not because our Prime Minister is, like, lackadaisical on terrorism, you know. Like, probably the main reason is terrorism in Pakistan, you know. That's why people don't like Prime Ministers, because they're not doing enough to stop the terrorism. Because they're always fucking bombing India, and they're always, like, trying to invade India, you know, Pakistan. You know, I wish all conflicts could be like this, to be honest. You know, I wish all conflicts could be like this. You know, fucking Pakistan doesn't like India. Why does Pakistan not like India? Because they're different religions. India allows people of the Muslim faith to live in India. Pakistan, not so much. Like, obviously, that's going to create a barrier, you know. Obviously, you need a barrier between the two countries if that's going to happen. If you can't hold your barrier, then obviously there's going to be conflict. It's the most simple war ever, you know. I wish all wars could be like that, you know. Fucking Ukraine and bloody... I mean, Ukraine and Russia is exactly like that, to be honest. But... you know, I don't really see too many Russians living in Ukraine, so, you know, I'm just gonna put it out there. Is there any Russians that live in Ukraine? Do Russians live in Ukraine? Well, we should Google that. You know, that'd be an interesting thing to fucking find out. Maybe that's the problem. You know, Ukraine is not accepting Russian people to live there. You know, they don't like Russians, obviously. So maybe Ukraine's just racist. They won't coexist with the Russians. That's probably the problem, you know. Maybe that's the whole problem. I've solved the problem with the Ukraine and Russia war, you know. It's exactly the same as India and Pakistan war. Pakistan won't let fucking Indians live in Pakistan, but India will let fucking Pakistanis live in fucking India. Ukraine won't allow Russians to live in Ukraine. But, well, will Russia let Ukrainians live in Russia? No. Ukrainians won't live. Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if there's any Russians in Ukraine. Can Russians live in Ukraine? Yes, Russians can live in Ukraine. While the conflict has created challenges, many Russians reside in Ukraine. Okay. Can Ukrainians live in Russia? Yes, Ukraine is still in Russia. Oh, fucking hell. I don't know then. I don't know. Yeah, fucking Ukraine and Russia is just fucking too complicated. Like, Pakistan and India, like, completely reasonable war, like, completely a reasonable war. Like, I didn't know much about it until today, so I'm not gonna fucking pass too much judgment. But it seems like they both have fucking issues, like fucking like the Pakistan government, like want to take back certain areas, without a shadow of a doubt. So they use terrorism groups to. They allow that to happen, They allow terrorist groups to like fight against India's borders, basically. That's what it seems like. Because they don't want to do it themselves, so they allow like terrorist groups to do that. That's what it seems like. And if you're doing that, you're a terrorist, There's no doubt in your mind, Like if you're gonna do it, do it yourself, Don't expect some terrorist group to come along, and don't expect some bloody civilian fucking group to come along and go, oh yeah, we're gonna bomb the place, car bomb and fucking, like whatever they do. Apparently a train in India was hijacked, and from a terrorist, like hijacked, and I don't know if people died. I didn't really look into it too far, but apparently like fucking some terrorist hijacked a train. What the fuck, man? Why would you care about India? Like Indians are like more Indians are more peaceful than fucking England, Well, maybe not in the whole. In the whole time of to the end of time, to the beginning of time, like Indians have been more peaceful. Like Indian people have been more peaceful than any fucking culture on this planet. Well, any bloody highly advanced culture, let's say that. I don't know. Indians have been like one of the most peaceful people I've ever seen in my life. Like you can't meet a more peaceful person than Indians. English are fucking not peaceful compared to Indians. Americans, no. Russians, no. Like fucking like China, no. Like there's no other big power like India that's fucking more peaceful than anybody, Like when have you ever heard of a fucking an Indian doing a terror attack, or have you ever heard of an Indian shooting up a school? Have you ever heard of an Indian like like do they ever do anything wrong? India never does no wrong, Like, it's annoying how fucking good they are. Like, literally the best people, I met an Indian once, and he was like, "Are you drunk?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a bit drunk." And he goes, "Oh, that's okay, but don't be kicking off." And I'm like, all right, I won't be king, you know. And can I ask you about Indian religion? And it's like, yeah, go for it, you know. And he couldn't speak a word of English, by the way. The dad, but his daughter or his fucking wife or whatever, or you know, fucking, if it were his wife, it were a young wife. I think it were his daughter. His daughter were like interpreting, and you know, like I'm drunk and I'm fucking like swearing, and you know, that knows. And the daughter's like interpreting for us, but she's just answering the questions basically. She's like, oh yeah, you know. And like I'm asking like, what do you think about Muslims, and you know, like, what do you think? And anyway, the moral of the story is Indians are good, you know, like fucking her answer was like so you know, like neutral. It's unbelievable. Like I've never known a culture that can be so as neutral as them. You know, what do you think of Christianity? Like, fucking, you know, like what do fucking whatever your religion is? I can't remember what their religion is. They're not Sikhs, whatever. Hindus. What does Hinduism think about like other religions, basically? You know, I'm asking like different questions. They have no like. They said, you know, in the Indian culture, you can believe whatever you want to believe. Even if you're not a Hindu, you know. Even if you're not a Hindu, like if you are with the Hindu people, you can believe whatever you want to believe. And you can still be a Hindu if you want, you know. You can still be a Hindu and you can believe whatever you want to believe. And I'm like, really? That's actually crazy. Like I'm Hindu because I believe in all religions, all the religious stories, all the fucking texts. Like there's one, you know. Apart from Muhammad, I don't believe in Muhammad. Or Jesus, to be for that matter. I don't believe in Jesus. I think Hindus do believe in Jesus. I don't know to the extent. Like Jesus is just a man, you know. Jesus is just a man. But I believe in all religions, you know. It's like I believe in science, you know. I believe in religion like I believe in science. Take it with a grain of salt, you know. It'll fucking change. Well, religion never changes. Well, the interpretation of religion changes, I suppose. But you know, I'm a Hindu. You know, if I can believe in all religions equally, then I'll be a Hindu. You know, well, I don't even need to be a Hindu to believe in all religions equally. I like the teachings of religion, you know. I like the teachings of religion, you know. Thou shalt not fucking kill, you know. Thou shalt not steal. Great teachings, you know. It's not rocket science. But yeah. Should we release this video? Let's see how many views it gets. Right, I think I might have disinformation a little bit. So Fortunately, like, yeah, you can figure it out yourself, I'm sure. I'm not live. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Like, the that's weird. Oh, sorry, fine. I'll probably get fucking copyright strike. I might go away for a week because I might get a copyright strike, and I've already got a warning, so for copyright. So I might go away for a week, but you know, it's important. So thanks for you for the like, whoever that was. Was that me? Did I press my like? Whoever gave me a like, you know, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, I didn't press my own like. Yeah, the thing that I find interesting about the India and Pakistan conflict is, like, it's so simple, you know, like, everybody in the world can understand the difference of cultures between Pakistan and India, even though you live right next door to each other. You know, it's such a simple, like, war. Everybody can, like, understand what it's about, you know. It's complicated. It's still complicated, but because fucking, like, India allows people of the Muslim faith to live in India. Pakistan, not so much, you know. And so it's a bit of a weird fucking issue. Muslims are racist, you know. That's the be all and end all of it. You know, Muslims are just racist. Like, if you look at, like, the difference between India and Pakistan. What's the difference between India and Pakistan? India allows Muslims to live in fucking India. Pakistan, not so much. You know, I'm sure there is some Muslims in Pakistan, but you know, I don't think fucking Hindus are gonna go to Pakistan anytime soon. Let's just put it that way. Like, that's racism, you know. That's racism. You know, India's not bothered though. India's not bothered, you know. Like, fucking, India's been doing this for fucking not even fucking 40. What did I say? Since 1947. India and Pakistan have been fighting about this shit, you know. Like, no, it's been longer than that. Been longer than that, you know. Thousands of years, you know. Thousands of years they've been fucking fighting about this shit. India built caves to fucking flee from these people, to defend themselves, you know. Like, So did Pakistan, but you know that was Bin Laden. Just like live underground. Shh. I don't want to take piss out of the Pakistanis, but you know, you can't fuck with India. You know, it's like you can't fuck with Russia. You don't want to be fucking with India. You know, but they are pretty well established in the military industrial complex. You know, like. Like, they don't even have as many. They don't even have as many like army. They don't even have as much army as Pakistan, India. But they'll still fucking up their ass, you know. No doubt in my mind. Like, I think India is getting too big for the boots, though. Like, they shouldn't really be testing out Pakistan's capabilities. Apparently, Pakistan's capabilities aren't very good, you know, because the bombs got through, you know. Pakistan's been trying to bomb fucking India for God knows how long, and they probably succeeded sometimes, but you know, most of them don't get through. Right? They have upped the fucking military defense, you know, like the capabilities, like the drone bloody systems and missile defense systems. They've upped it, and it seems like that's why India's striking now, because they've put all the infrastructure in place to defend against terrorism from Pakistan. So now they're like, oh, you know, we can fight you now, you know. That's what it seems like to me. Shadow band. It's pretty cool. Actually got shadow band there. Yeah, YouTube don't allow like talking about war and shit like that, you know. Like, certain words that you just can't say sometimes. You know. Sometimes you just can't say words. And they go, oh yeah, that's fucking, you know, don't say that. Pakistan. Can you say Pakistan? Let's see if we get banned for saying Pakistan. Pakistan and India war. Can we say that? Russia and Ukraine war. Can we say that? I feel like it's just like certain words. The algorithm just goes, oh yeah, don't let him talk about that. I mean, my title's literally India and Pakistan conflict, so I don't know. I mean, like, if you're gonna like shadow ban me, at least like tell me about it, you know. Up YouTube. Shadow band. Right. Actually, right. Which one is it? Which one actually is it? That should be back now, right? We're back. Oh, it's not back. Amazing. Amazing. We're back now. Now we're back. So if I talk about Ukraine and Russia war, is that what causes a stream to go down? Ukraine and Russia war, Ukraine and Russia war, Ukraine and Russia war, Ukraine and Russia war. Let's see. Yeah. I'm actually getting shadow banned right now. I think it's just because I say Ukraine and Russia war, you know. I'm getting shadow banned. Telling you. Oh, I'm sure. Getting shadow banned. Getting shadow banned. Telling you. Every time I talk about Ukraine and Russia war, or India and Pakistan war, I get shadow banned. Just them two words, you know. I'm not even talking about it anymore. I'm literally just saying them two words. India and Pakistan. India and Pakistan. India and Pakistan. They're both a bunch of fucking knobheads. You know? Pakistan, knobheads. India. You know, in my opinion, like, India shouldn't be testing their military capabilities by bombing Pakistan. They have no need to do that. But, you know, we've got to get rid of the terrorists somehow. So, there we are. You know. Yo, JoeKingAudits here, welcome back. Like, pardon me. Yo, sorry, just testing sound. I know nothing about this conflict, so I should not be talking about it, you know. But Asmongold can talk about it. He's got fucking millions of subscribers. You know, so, like, what are you gonna do, YouTube? You're gonna, like, shit on the small guy? Because he's fucking talking about it. He's jumping on the bandwagon. You know, the reason I jump on the bandwagon is because there's a lot of Muslims in my country, you know, in my fucking city, let alone my country. So I like to learn about fucking Pakistan. I wanna know what the fucking the Free Palestine people are gonna do about Pakistan, you know. Are they gonna protest? Are they gonna protest against India next? You know. Be interesting. Like the conflict in Pakistan. Like nobody complains about the conflict in Pakistan. Nobody complains about it. The Pakistanis don't complain about the people of England. I mean, the Muslims in England from Pakistan, Pakistanis from Pakistan in England don't complain about the conflict with India. You know, like, mainly because most of them fucking flee that country because of all that shit. You know, they don't agree with the fucking Pakistani government. You know, probably. Let's just say that. I've talked to a lot of Pakistani people that don't agree with their governments in Pakistan. That's why they left. And they don't agree with like their interpretation of the Muslim faith, you know. Like people of Pakistani origin do not agree with the government's interpretation of the Muslim faith. That's why people flee Pakistan and come to England. Well, I've talked to people that said that. I don't know about everybody, you know, but you know, I've talked to people that say that. They don't agree with the government. I don't know if I mean, they're not going to say they don't agree with the Muslim faith, but you know, like the Muslim government is Muslim, by the way. You know, I mean, the fucking Pakistani government is Muslim, by the way. Let's just say that. Let's just get that clear. You have to be a Muslim to be a Muslim prime minister. You know, it's a Pakistani prime minister. You know, let's just say that. You know. A lot of Muslim people that come to England do not agree with Pakistani government. So they come to England. In my opinion, when I talk to them, you know, when I talk to Muslims. Very rare that I can talk to Muslims, but you know, I've talked to a few. You know, I'll do more of that, by the way. We'll do more videos about talking to Muslims. It's fucking interesting talking to Muslims. Like I've got a few videos on my channel, on live streams, where we talk to Muslims. One guy says, "Make sure you sit down when you have a piss in the toilet." I said, "Can I use your toilet?" I was talking for ages. You know, he's like, "Make sure you sit down when you have a piss." I'm like, "Fucking, is that what Muslims do?" Seriously. No, just to keep everything clean, you know. Okay. Do you wash your feet in the toilet as well? Like, I should have asked that, shouldn't I? You know, I should have asked that. Yuck. Like where I worked, there used to be bottles of milk with water in, like by toilet. You know why that is? Because they have to wash their feet. You know, like, I don't know why they have to wash their feet all the time, but you know, like they've got to wash their feet. You know, they have shoes on and everything. You know? Apparently, washing your feet over the toilet, splashing loads of urine all over your feet is more clean than not fucking cleaning your feet regularly. So, you know, like, good idea, you know. Like, literally splashing urine all over your feet. It's like people use hand dryers as well. Like, do you use hand dryers in toilets? Like, literally, it's in a toilet, bro. So that fucking hand dryer is going to be filled with all the air in the toilet. And what happens in the toilet? You piss and you shit everywhere. So like fucking the heating element is going to have piss and shit in it, and just like the air is just going to be, you're just going to be blowing fucking shit and piss all over your hands. It's pointless even washing your hands at that point, you know. Just fucking wipe it on your fucking clothes, you know. Just wipe it on your clothes. It's only a bit of water. It's better than fucking hand drying in a fucking air dryer. Like, fuck that shit, you know. I won't even use if they have paper towels, I won't even use that, because that's fucking in the toilet as well. That's got everyone's piss and shit on it, you know. Like, Muslims go, "Oh, I'm going to wash my feet in a fucking toilet." They put the bottle of milk full of water next to the toilet. So they're literally just like dribbling water all over the feet, over the toilet, you know. Why? You know, you're just dribbling. You're just causing fucking particles of piss just get on your feet. It's other people's fucking particles of piss. I know it's a religious thing, but like, fuck me, bro. It's more unhygienic. Realistically. In fact, don't even go to fucking public toilets, you know? I'm like fucking shitbreak off of fucking American Pie, you know? Fucking just sitting on toilet, you know? You're gonna have fucking piss and shit all over your ass, you know? Fuck that shit. Somebody else's piss and shit as well, like. Most toilets are kept clean, you know? Like in Asda, they've got this board where it goes, you know, you sign your name every time you check the toilet. Like, have you ever seen them come in and check the toilet? All they do is just look, and they go, oh yeah, that's fine, you know. they sign the name and they go, yep, I've checked the toilets, everything's fine, you know. Like, they don't clean anything, you know. Like, literally all day, everyone's pissing shit in that hand dryer. All over everything, you know. Like, I wash my hands mainly because, like, I don't mind my own piss and shit, you know. If I'm having shit and I wipe my ass with my own shit, I don't mind shit all over my hands, you know. But if I'm going to a supermarket, I don't want to get shit all over fucking products, so I wash my hands in the fucking hand basin in the supermarket, just for everybody else's fucking benefit, you know. I don't want to get shit all over fucking products that I'm touching, that I'm not buying, you know. So I do it for everybody else's benefit. But it's probably more, my hands are probably more clean than washing my hands in fucking a public restroom's hand basin, you know. That's how fucking dirty it is. I'm not even joking, you know. Like, even touching the tap, you know, like, just touching the tap, you know, I've probably got fucking more germs than I had on my hands originally, you know. When I leave, I'll fucking use my elbows to open the door, and I'll fucking, you know, I'll use my foot to open the door. You know, I'm not that much of a germaphobe, but I am a bit of a germaphobe. Right, how did I fucking get on that subject? I don't know. We get on to other subjects. Like, when I'm in toilet as well, when I'm in fucking public toilets, I go, don't use that hand dryer, bro. You're literally just blowing piss and shit all over your hands. You know? Just use your clothes, you know? It's cleaner, trust me. You know? It'll dry in a second, you know, like a little bit of water, you know, it'll be fine. Just fucking go like that, you know, just fucking get all the water off and then just go, you know, that's it, you know. Don't touch the fucking door handle either, you know. Like people make the same mistake all over again, you know. They wash their hands and then they touch the door handle, where people fucking have their shit and piss all over the fucking door handle, you know. Don't fucking touch the door handle, bro. Right. Jesus. Like most toilets, they have an outward facing door, which is genius because it means you can just push it without actually touching it, you know. Some, they have inward door handles for some reason. Well, most of them have inward doors for some reason. I don't know why. You should have outward door handles because that's where you wash your hands, you know, in the toilet. So if you have to open the door to get out of the toilet, then McDonald's has inward open doors. So you have to fucking grab the handle to open the door. Like, fucking just completely negates washing your hands, you know. The reason they have inward door, the reason they have inward on toilets is because of safety. as well, because more people are more likely to go past the door. Like, especially if you got women and female toilets, you know, more people are gonna like literally go past the door. So like if you push the door open when people are trying to get in the toilet, you're gonna smash them in the face, and you're like fucking like. So that's why they have inward door facing, because less people are gonna get hurt from inward doors. But in good toilets, they have outward opening doors. You know, there's not many, but you know, all the good toilets have fucking outward opening doors. Because then you can just fucking push it with your shoe. Like some places have fucking like buttons what you can press with your foot to open the door. You know. Electronic doors, you know. Who knew? Like I'm not really that bothered. I'm not really that bothered, but you know, if I'm gonna wash my hands after fucking going to the toilet, which I am gonna wash my hands after going to the toilet because I've got a fucking open door and I've got to fucking touch things, you know, and I don't know where anyone else's hands have been, so fucking I'm gonna wash my hands every time I go to fucking public toilets. Especially if I go to a supermarket where I'm going to be touching things that I might put back down, you know. I mean, even in a bar, you know, even in a bar, if I go to a bar, I wash my hands every time I go to a fucking toilet in a bar as well. Because you touch things in a bar, don't you? Like, put your hands on the table, you know, you like fucking, you touch in the bar, you're always leaning on the bar, you know, you're always touching things. Like, you know, every time I go to a bar, I get this fucking weird dust on me. I don't know if it's just Bradford, but you know, like, I get this weird dust on me, and it's fucking, it goes up my nose, and it's like black fucking shit, you know, when you pick your nose and you get black shit at you after you've been to a bar, you know. Like, there's no smoking in bars anymore, but you get this weird black shit up your nose. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. Like, bars are more filthy post fucking smoking ban. Like, you know, like, I mean, I know why. It's because they're always spraying these chemicals, and they're not actually getting rid of the chemicals. You know, they don't actually clean anything. They just put chemicals on top of chemicals to kill germs. So all you've got is this fucking all these bloody chemical particles that like just grab onto dirt. You're just getting all these chemical particles that grab onto dirt. They haven't actually cleaned the dirt away ever, you know. Like a table, you know. Like if they clean the table, they just spray it with fucking bleach or whatever it is. D10. That's, you know, that's fucking technical term. Antibacterial spray. Like, we call it D10 in the restaurant industry. And like they never actually clean it away, you know. Like, you're supposed to clean the table afterwards, you know. Like, every time you spray the fucking thing, you're supposed to use the fucking the degreaser, which is D9, is it? No, D6. Fuck, forgot. D5. Damn it, I forgot. Anyway, There's like different designations for like certain thing. The blue spray degreases it, takes all the fucking shit off. Then you D10 it, and that leaves a layer of fucking antibacterial shit that can get to work on the table. You're supposed to wait fucking 2 minutes for it to take effect, and then you're supposed to wipe it away. Like, that never happens, you know. Never happens. You're supposed to wipe it away, because if you don't wipe it away, then all the dirt just gets attracted to fucking the spray that you've left on the table, and you get this black shit up your nose, you know. And that's why when you leave a bar, you get loads of black shit up your nose, and you know, like, you know, if you're just walking around outside, you don't have loads of black shit up your nose. Your bogies are not black, you know. Like, I'm sat in my bedroom, you know, my bogies are not black. Like, if I go to a bar, fucking black bogies, you know, because they don't fucking clean properly, you know. Also, you should scrub these tables with a fucking green scouring pad every so often. Like, I don't care if it's got fucking polish on it, you know, like, you know, you've got to scrub these tables, because otherwise it like penetrates the table. You've got to take a layer of fucking paint off to even get rid of all the fucking germs that penetrate a table, especially a wood table. And you know, like, even plastic tables and fucking metal tables and fucking whatever table you can fucking think of, you've got to take a layer of the table off to get all the fucking dirt out of the bloody, you know. In the restaurant industry, we have to fucking replace our chopping boards every 6 months or 3 months, you know, like every 3 months. These are fucking chunky ass fucking plastic things, you know, like, we have to replace them every fucking 6 months. Do they get replaced every 6 months? No. But, you know, what we used to do in our business is, like, we'd buy one extra chopping board every 6 months. So it seems like we're replacing the chopping boards every 6 months, you know, for the fucking management, you know. You know, like, oh yeah, we bought new chopping boards. But we weren't really, you know. We were replacing one chopping board. In fact, we didn't even replace them. We didn't chuck them all away, you know. We have like fucking 3 red chopping boards, 3 fucking blue chopping boards, 3 white chopping boards, 3 yellow chopping boards, and 3 green chopping boards, and 3 brown chopping boards. That's fucking 6 chopping boards. Like, 6 times 3. What's that? You know, we buy one of each every 6 months, you know. It's a lot of money, that, you know. It's a lot of money. And the company went bankrupt, by the way. The company went bankrupt. They sold everything up, you know, because they're enforcing these rules. We don't even follow these rules, and they still went bankrupt, you know. We try to save them money, but, you know. There's no way we can replace, like, they expect us to have one of each, you know, one of each chopping board, but, you know, we needed more, you know. We needed more, because, like, sometimes you fucking, like, you know, you're doing meat on one chopping board by yourself, and then somebody else will come in and go, oh, do you want a job to do, you know, like, And then you go, oh yeah, get a chopping board, you know, you can help me do this. I can teach you how to do this. Like, you need more than one, you know. Like, the standard is we should have 2 of each at least. You know, that's the standard. So we had 3. When we first like started implementing this shit, you know, we didn't actually implement it this first fucking few years that I was there, first fucking 4 years that I was there. But you know, like eventually new management came in and they started implementing it. You know, I've always been a stickler for the rules, you know. Like I want to learn everything about it. I want to learn all the fucking rules. So I learned all the rules, and they go, oh yeah, we're not doing that. You know, we're not doing that, and we're not doing this, and we're not doing that. And I'm like, all right, cool. Like beans, you know. Like beans, you want to get beans, you know, for your breakfast. Like fucking 45 minutes. Beans can be hot hold for 45 minutes. Then you have to fucking make some new beans. And you've got to replace the tub. You've got to use a different tub to hot hold the beans. They didn't do that. You know, I'm like, you can't do that, bro. He's like, yeah, I know, but you know, fucking beans are a big fucking, you know, profit margin, you know. Everybody always orders extra beans and shit, you know, so like fucking, you know, like if we can fucking get away with selling extra beans, you know, big profit. Make the management happy, you know. Fucking lettuce is always bloody down, you know, we've got to fucking make it up for it somehow, you know. Otherwise, the management's going to be on its case because lettuce is always down and chips are always down, you know. Like if we can make some money on beans, you know, then fucking do it, you know. Like I'm like, nah, you know. When I were in control of the kitchen, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna do everything by the book, you know. Just 1 tin of beans. 1 tin of beans. In fact, we'll do half a tin of beans. Half a tin of beans. You know, we'll do half a tin of beans. See how far that gets us. Literally, like, fucking, it doesn't take 2 minutes to make fucking a new fucking tin of beans. And it's easy to wash up as well. Because, like, if you're only putting, like, half a tin of beans on hot hold for 45 minutes. Like, every 45 minutes, you're changing the tub. You just put it in the dishwasher, it all comes off. If you leave it for like fucking 4 hours or whatever, 2 hours, you know, throughout the whole fucking breakfast rush, you know, like it just burns onto the side of it. I've got to fucking get my scour out. Like it's easier. It's literally easier to hot hold beans for 45 minutes. You know, you can like legally you can actually hold beans for longer than that. I think it's up to an hour and a half. I can't remember. But, you know, our fucking company said 45 minutes, you know. Change the beans after 45 minutes. Chuck them in bin, you know. Literally just chuck them in bin. Like, if you don't use like half a tin of beans in 45 minutes, then, like, you're bound to go bankrupt. Sometimes we don't have fucking nobody, to be honest. Sometimes we don't have nobody coming in for, like, you know, for long periods of time. So sometimes we won't even use our beans. But you know, like if that happens, you know, you just don't make no beans. There is no. It takes fucking 2 minutes to warm some beans up in microwave, you know. Literally 2 minutes. Like, I've timed it for half a tin of beans, you know. For a full tin of beans, it takes fucking ages. Like, I don't even know why people fucking do it, you know. And you've got to stir it as well. Right? If you do half a tin of beans, you don't even need to stir it. Loving the grey. my grey? I didn't even notice. I'm actually grey. I think it's just the light. Does look like there's some grey over here, doesn't it? No, I think it's just light. Maybe it's the haircut. I might be grey. You know, I'm fucking old, man. I'm fucking old. I like. I usually have some grey over here, but like that seems to have disappeared. Maybe I'm grey. What did you say? Suits you. Don't colour it. I'm not gonna fucking colour it. You know the problem is like when I look at myself, because I live stream a lot. You know, I look at myself and I'm like, I look quite young for 39 years old. You know, like well. The only reason I notice that is because people say you look young, and I'm like, all right, thank you. You know, so I'll look at myself and I'm like, do I still look young? And I'm like, yeah, I actually do look young. For I'm nearly 40. 40 in August. 1985 I was born. And you know. Like, I don't, like, fucking, when I see grey hairs, I'm like, fucking, oh, shit, that's going to ruin it. But now that I think about it, now that you've said it, I'm like, if I look young and have grey hair, I have the benefit of being a fucking wizard. You know, like, fucking old and wise. And looking young, you know, so... benefit of fucking both worlds. I don't think it's grey. I think it's just fucking reflection off the fucking walls. Like I've had grey hairs before, but I haven't had a big patch of grey hair. It looks like a big patch of grey hair, I must admit. You know? It does look like a big patch of grey hair. I don't really care, you know. Fucking, I'm gonna go grey eventually, you know. Actually, my dad didn't go grey. My dad never. I might not get. I have had some grey hairs. My mum went grey. Like she had grey hair. She didn't go fully grey, but you know, like she did have grey hair. My brother's bald though, but my dad never went bald. So I think my brother got my mum's fucking baldness, and I got my dad's fucking hair. But maybe I got my mum's grey hair. My brother didn't, because my brother's not grey. So maybe my brother got my dad's colour. Like me and my brother, you know, between us, we are like fucking like half, my mum and my dad. Like my dad's a jealous bastard. which is me, you know. My brother's not a jealous bastard. You know, fucking, my mum's fucking bald. Well, no, she ain't bald, but you know, she's got my mum's side of the family and became bald, like a granddad or whatever, fucking a parents. You know, she, like, my brother got that. Like, I'm not bald. My dad's not bald and my mum's not bald. But maybe my mum's dad were bald, you know, so he got that fucking side of it. Like, we got half of each. Like, it's the weirdest thing, you know. Me and my brother, between us, we got half of each of the genetics. And like, I got opposite half to my brother, you know. We got the opposite half each. Like, it's fucking, it's weird, but like, you know. Like, both of us notice it as well. Like, both of us like realise it, you know. Like, between our personality and fucking traits and, you know, fucking looks, you know. We've got half of everything, you know. Like, fucking, I got my mum's nose. No, I got my dad's nose. Actually, I don't know whose nose I got, to be honest. I might be adopted, because my nose is fucking massive. I mean, my dad's nose is massive, but you know, it doesn't have that kink in it, like fucking, you know, like some sort of bloody. Maybe I'm adopted. I'm too much like my dad to even consider that I'm adopted. You know? My dad has the kink. It's not as fucking obvious. You get baldness from your mother's side. I'm not bald. My brother's bald. Like, fucking proper bald. It started receding. And then he went to Spain, and then he just went bald on top. And he had hair like on round here, but he just had a bald patch in the middle of his head. And like, my dad doesn't have that, you know. My dad doesn't have that, so the only explanation is he's got it from my mother's side, you know, like their family. That's the only explanation, because like nobody on my dad's side is bald, you know. But we don't know too much about our mother's side because she were adopted. She were an orphan. She wasn't adopted. She got fucking, you know, she got fucking. What's the word? You know, she got fucking adopted. She got orphaned, you know. Like, literally, mother and father just left her, you know. Like, just left her. Like, here, you fucking take care of this baby, you know. To a fucking, a bloody orphanage, you know. Back in the day, that were an okay thing to do, you know. Like, my mum found a nanny. They call it a nanny, you know, a foster parent. Quite fast though. But the foster parent, you know, as soon as she became 16, she got chucked out, basically, you know. Like, this foster parent took her in, fucking as a baby, and then as soon as she was 16, you know, like, now you are free to go explore the world, and they just let her go. They're just like fucking, you know. My mum couldn't speak highly enough of about this fucking woman that was her surrogate mother. But, like, she always complains about fucking being let loose on the world at 16, you know, like, I got a job as soon as I became 16, I got a job. Yeah, because your foster mother just chucked you out and go, hey, you know, go explore the world, you know, like. My mum always chucks that in my face, you know, like, fucking, come on, Joe, you can fucking be an adult at 16 years old, you know, fucking mother, it's not, like, alright, you know, fair enough, I got chucked out at 16 as well, you know, I got chucked out at 16. I went back to my parents at 16. It was very complicated. I had a stepdad at that point, and, you know, he punched me in the face, and fucking, you know, basically I couldn't fucking live with my parents because fucking otherwise me and Johnny would have probably murdered each other. So, you know, probably a good thing that I got fucking chucked out, to be honest. Couldn't stop attacking me. The police got involved, and the police came like fucking, you know, like knocking on the door. Like I moved into my other place. I ran away from home, you know, basically. I ran away from home. He punched me in the face. I ran away from home, and I called police, and then I got arrested. I called the police, and then I got arrested. You know. They went to talk to Johnny. Like I rang 999, I think. And I went, fucking, you know, this guy just attacked me. And then fucking put the phone down, you know, like, oh, it's not an emergency, you know, you're safe now, you know, blah blah. So the police come to investigate. Go talk to Johnny first. Johnny's like blah 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 blah. You know, and then I get arrested. They come to my mate's house where I was staying, you know. They come to my mate's house where I was staying. Arrest me. Because I defended myself. I'll admit, you know, I did defend myself. They arrest me. Take me down at the police station. Put me in a cell for a bit. Then, you know, I can't remember how. I think I was 19 at this point. I want fucking 16. I was 19. I was like older. I was 18. I was older. I was an adult. You know. Let's be honest. I think I was an adult. I can't remember now actually. Maybe I won. Maybe I was 17. Anyway, regardless, you know, fucking. I was Gaelic competent, you know, like fucking, I was basically an adult, you know. Like I'm not complaining about like fucking my parents, you know, fucking the shit hits the fan. Well, I am complaining about my mother, you know. I'll complain all day about my mother. My mum were a bitch. There was no need for it. But you know, I'm not complaining that I was a kid and my mum should have done better to fucking like protect me from all this shit. You know, I'm not complaining about that. You know, I can protect myself. I'm a grown adult. I can protect myself. Anyway, like I get taken down at the police station and they go, so what happened? I'm like, nope. What happened? You know, what happened? Well, this guy, you know, the reason you're arrested is because you hit your stepdad. You hit Jonathan, and like with a big stick, and he's got fucking scratches all over his face. Oh, that's what you're talking about. All right, yeah. It chased me out of the house, you know, like fucking. I was scared. I couldn't open the door fast enough. I was trying to get away, but it was chasing me. So like, I turned around and I hit him in the face. You know, like, and then, you know, that gave me the opportunity to open the door and get away. Like, oh, do you think that's acceptable? What, self-defense? Yeah, I think, yeah, yep. I think that's acceptable, yeah. It's like, oh, well, you know, like his version of events is completely different, you know? Like, he says, you fucking hit him when he were down. And I'm like, oh, yeah, all that, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember now, yeah, because fucking, he punched me in the face when I was sat down eating my food. And then I stood up and I fucking started kicking off. You know, I don't know what I did. I can't remember. Maybe I punched him in the face, you know, a few times, and fucking, I was knocking him out, bro. I was fucking beating the shit out of him. You know, you get punched in the face. You know, and fucking, my brother heard a lot of commotion. He came down, grabbed Johnny and stopped him from fucking, you know, he did a judo attack on him. He grabbed him. My fucking younger brother, you know, like, he's good at fucking wrestling, you know, let's put it that way. He grabbed Johnny, and then I ran away, and I picked up a stick, you know, and I fucking whacked it across his back, and it fucking, like, my brother's like, Joe, I'm fucking here as well, you know. And I nearly fucking hurt my brother at the same time this was happening, you know. My brother's holding this guy fucking down in a fucking a leg lock, you know, like fucking just like, my brother's on the floor holding this guy down. I'm like, you know, fucking, you know, fucking, let's fucking, you know, my brother's like, let's tag team in. I claimed self-defense, you know, because fucking, I don't know what he's going to do with my brother. I don't trust this guy. I do not trust this guy. You know, fucking, it might hurt my brother. So I'm like, fucking, I whack this like fucking 2x4 against it. It just snaps, you know. It probably didn't even hurt him, to be honest. It was like a little stick, basically. Like, I shouldn't have done it, but you know, in the fucking, in the moment, you know, you're just defending yourself, you know. You just fucking, you know, do whatever it takes to fucking stop Jonathan fighting with my brother, fighting with me, you know, like, you just in the moment, you know. Anyway, like, fucking, I hit this stick across my back, my brother lets go, he starts chasing me, and I get to the door, and I'm like, oh, fucking, I'm not gonna be able to fucking get out of this door. Right, go on then. And he kept coming at me, so I just went, and I had this little fucking tiny little stick. It was proper sharp, you know, it snapped across my brother's back. I just held onto this little stick, and I just started whipping him in the face with it, like, get away from me, you know. He came to me, don't forget, you know, he came to me. And I'm like, get away from me, and it must have hurt, you know, like getting scratches on your face from this stick, you know. It's not gonna whack you in the face, you know. It's not gonna, you know, you get knocked out, but you know, like fucking, it's sharp like a knife, and it like he had a lot of scratches all over his face, and you know, like, I'm not surprised I got arrested, you know. I'm not saying I shouldn't have been arrested, you know. I fled the scene of the crime, but you know, that's because they were chasing me. So, but I called the police. You know, I called the police on him, and then I get arrested. He didn't get arrested. He got like the police rang up. You know, once they interviewed me, I didn't even get a solicitor. I should have got a solicitor. But I didn't even get a solicitor. I told them exactly what happened. I told them the truth. And they rang Johnny to come down for an interview. And he said he didn't want to press charges. But the police Well, I don't know if he said that, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. You know, like he doesn't want to press charges because the police said, if you apologise to Johnny, like it's here right now. You know, like if you apologise to Johnny, then we'll call it quits. Basically, they wanted me to admit guilt. They were trying to encourage me to admit guilt. So I went, yeah, no problem, yeah. Bring him in here. And they brought fucking Johnny in. You know, this is how fucking clever I am, by the way, you know, like, I'm a genius, you know, like all the time, you know, I'm thinking, you know, I don't want to incriminate myself, like, I don't want to fucking say anything that's not true. Like, fucking, everything that happened was completely legal, you know? Like, I am not going to get in trouble with this because I'm just defending myself, you know? Like, everything that I say is going to be, like, me defending myself. And that's all that happened, you know? I was just defending myself. The guy punched me in the face, for fuck's sake, you know? While I was sat down. Sucker punched me. So, like, anything that happens after that fucking fact is self-defense, in my opinion. I don't care how long it goes on, you know. We can argue that in the court of law, you know, if you want to argue it. But, you know, like, in my opinion, you know, I saw red, you know. As soon as this guy punched me in the face, I saw red, and I was just like, fucking, I was kicking off, you know. Like, I was fucking ready to defend myself. And that's you know, I like fucking. I'm not gonna believe anything else, you know. You like the court can believe whatever they want, but you know, like fucking, I was just defending myself. Like you know, like I don't. I've been in that situation many times, by the way, as being bullied. You know, I've been in that situation being bullied in school many times, and I've had to defend myself. And guess what happens? Nothing, you know. When you're in school and you're fucking fighting with kids, when you're defending yourself, like, you know, nothing happened. The police aren't called, you know. Mainly because when you're kids, you can't hurt nobody. But, you know, I fucking hurt Johnny this time. And I'm fucking glad that I hurt Johnny. You know. And, you know, it's lucky that I didn't fucking hurt him more, you know. Fucking try to punch me in the face. Well, you did punch me in the face. You didn't hit me hard as well, you know. It didn't hit you hard, but, you know, when you've been punched in the face a lot, been bullied, it not only hurts, like, physically, but it hurts your feelings, you know. Like, I don't like being bullied. Especially when I'm a grown adult at this point, you know. I won't be bullied anymore, you know. Like, I will fucking defend myself. Anyway, they let Johnny in. They let Johnny into the fucking room, and they go on and apologise. I'm like, I'm sorry, you're a fucking cunt. And the police go, right, that's all we need, you know. Yep, oh, right, split, all right, calm down. Right, but yep, yeah, all right. Everyone's free to go, you know. Right. Oh, I had to go back in cells for a bit, you know. I had to go back in cells because they have to fucking like sort out my release papers or whatever, you know. Literally no further action, you know, and all that. And then years later, my mum and fucking Johnny moved to Spain together, and he cheats on my mum, and they get a divorce. They got married. I think they got married in Spain, but you know, like he already cheated on my mum. You know, he already cheated on my mum. in England. And everybody told my mum about it, you know, like fucking all the kids on the street knew about it. The only person that didn't know about it is my mum. And I'm like, Mum, everybody's telling me that fucking they saw next door neighbour Lena kissing Johnny through the window. I was like, nah, bullshit, you know. You kids go be kids, you know. Like I'm 18 years old, Mum, you know, like fucking. I trust my mates, you know, like kids will be kids. You know, my mates were younger than fucking me, but you know, like fucking, they were 16, you know, they know what's going on. Like the whole fucking street knew about it. Rumours going around the whole street. I didn't see it happen personally. I did see him go around there a lot, you know. He takes the dogs for a walk, you know, regularly. While he's away, you know, he could be gone for fucking 10 minutes. He could be gone for fucking hours, you know. Like, oh, I'm just taking dog for a walk. Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, of course. Anyway, you know, they move to Spain, they get married, and he cheats on my mum again. And my mum divorced him. And, you know, I don't want to say I told you so, but my mum supported her boyfriend, her new fucking boyfriend, punching me in the face. He chucked a plate in my face as well. The first time I didn't react, you know, when he chucked a plate in my face and broke my wrist. Well, it didn't break my wrist, but my wrist was fucking hurting. It might have fractured it, you know, but it repaired quite quickly. But my wrist were hurting, you know. He chucked a plate in my face. Like I'm there, like eating a plate of food, like fucking on my lap. Let's say it was on my lap, and I'm just eating sat on the fucking chair, you know, like. And he just picked up plate and he just went like that, and I'm like, fuck me, bro. Like he could have broke my nose. If I hadn't defended myself, put my wrist in the way. It snapped across my wrist, by the way. The plate snapped. You know, it didn't hit the floor and snap. It literally snapped against my wrist. That's how hard he fucking tried to fucking hit me in the face. That was the first time. And like, I didn't leave at that point, you know, I didn't run away from home at that point, but like the second time when he punched me in the face, I'm like, fucking, I'm sick of this now. Have some of that, you bastard, you know? Like, literally fucking defending myself, you know? I didn't even hurt him. I didn't even fucking hurt him when I was punching him, you know? It's like fucking, shut the fuck up, you know? Like, he were a big guy, you know? He were a big guy. I was fucking 18 years old, but like, I still couldn't fucking hurt him, you know? I was punching him in the face, it didn't even fucking hurt him, you know? That's one of the first times I realised I'm not fucking Superman, you know? I can't take on most people, and you know, I mean, I don't even think I was 18 years old, but you know, I think I was 17. But you know, I was still fucking. I used to play cricket all the time, so I must have had a little bit of fucking weight behind me, you know, like a little bit of muscle. But apparently, he didn't even flinch hardly. He didn't even fight back. Like he wanted it. He just wanted to hit me to cause a reaction so he could fucking get me out of the house. That's probably what it was, you know. Like he'll literally just take a beating just to fucking get rid of me or something, you know. Like this is in our family home where we've lived for ever, you know, by the way. Like, all our lives we've lived there, you know. And then like after that, after he chucks a plate in your face, and you've still got to live in the family home for the rest of your life. You know, you're living there on eggshells at that point. And you know, what happened? The reason like Jonathan hit me in the face the second time. I mean, the first time, I think it was because I didn't do the dishwasher. You know, the first time he chucked the plate in my face, it's because like my mum says, do the dishwasher, mop the floors, blah de blah. And I'm like, fucking, Mum, you could have fucking done that. Like, instead of fucking arguing about it, you know, you could have done that. You know, it's like, you know, I were a knobhead. You know, I'll admit it, I were a knobhead. But, you know, like I had a full-time job, by the way, at this point. Actually, I didn't have I had a part-time job at this point, I think. A full-time job for an under 18-year-old, you know, which was 35.5 hours per week. That was as many hours that £2.50 an hour, you know. Well, that's under 16-year-old, I think after like over 16. No, I think that's under 18-year-olds, is it? Can't remember. No, at 16 you get full-time pay. Like, I was 14. Or 15. Because I were on £2.50 an hour. Actually, maybe my time managers are fucked up. I can't remember. I think I were like, I think I were earning like less than minimum wage. Like, as an under 18-year-old. Yeah, I were earning less money because I was under 18-year-old. I started working at 14 though. Like at 14, I think you get £2.50 an hour. At 16, you get like normal minimum wage. I can't remember when fucking Jonathan were around. Maybe I got my timelines mixed up. Anyway, whatever happened, you know, like I were earning money, and you know I was working like basically a full-time job for whatever age group I can fucking work, you know, and Mum, like I get home from work and Mum's like, do the dishwasher and do this and do that. I'm like, fucking hell, bro. Fine, you know, like, okay, but you never. Mum's like kicking off, you know. My mum's an alcoholic, or she was, you know, back then, and she used to drink at night time. So every time I get home, you know, Mum's fucking drunk. She literally fucking, she says everything that pisses her off when she's drunk, and that's the worst thing, you know. It's the worst thing, you know. Like, I'm like, yes, you know, I'll do it. Yes, I'll do it. And you know, sometimes I don't do it. Sometimes I do it. You know, but my brother's like 2 years younger than me, and he don't do shit. You know. He's like fucking nearly 16. And like at the time my brother was going to fucking school. So he didn't do shit, but like once he quit school, he still didn't do shit. my mum's still giving me shit, you know, like, you need to do more. And what has fucking Scott done today, you know? I always used to fucking blame Scott for everything, you know, like, throughout my whole life I used to blame fucking Scott for everything. Like, sorry, Scott, by the way, I'm sorry for that, you know, I used to fucking snitch on you. But, you know, like, I'm there fucking, like, earning money for the house, you know. I mean, okay, I want to pay fucking £50 a month, you know. But, like, you know, I'm doing something, you know. My brother didn't do no. And I'm like, it's not fair, you know. You can't tell me to do shit and you're not fucking telling Scott to do shit. And like, Scott's doing shit, you know. He's fucking, you know, is fucking preparing for college next month, you know. Like, it's fucking 6-week holidays, you know. He's preparing for college, so he doesn't fucking get to do it all, you know. Like, I was just jealous, you know. I was just jealous. Like, I've got to work, you know. My brother gets fucking time off from school, you know. Like, it was double standards. My mum does like my brother more. I'm not surprised she does, because fucking, you know, I did used to bully my brother. I'm not gonna lie, I used to bully my brother. Like, I used to fucking, you know, when he went pram as a baby, I used to fucking chuck him downhill. Like, literally just chuck him. We had a hill in the back garden, like a roller coaster, and I used to fucking just push him downhill and just let him fucking roll to his death. He stops at the bottom of the hill, you know, but, you know, he used to cry and shit, you know, and like, I shouldn't laugh at this, you know, but, like, I used to like if my brother started crying, I used to make him laugh all the time, you know, like when we were younger, you know, like when we were like babies, and I could, like, when I were a cognitive fucking person, you know, I used to be able to fucking make him laugh. I used to tell him a joke, or I used to fucking make a silly face, and I used to be able to make him laugh, so it'd stop him from crying. So I used to be able to bully my brother, like, I used to be able to bully my brother, and then fucking make him laugh afterwards, so, like, my parents don't find out, you know. Like, that's probably my earliest memories, you know, fucking bullying my brother. Which is, it's not good, you know, but, like, you know, I didn't want to harm my brother, I didn't want to hurt him, you know, I was just being a kid, you know, I was just being a kid. But I could have probably hurt my brother by accident, because, you know, I wasn't responsible at that age. I shouldn't have been doing that, you know. But, you know, I made life entertaining for my little brother. I'm not gonna lie, you know. I was a joker back then, and I could always make my brother laugh. So even if he's crying, even when my brother were crying, you know, I could make him laugh. And yes, it may have been because of me that I was making him cry. You know, it may possibly, like, 99%, 60% of the time, you know, it was me that will make my brother cry. But I could always make him laugh afterwards, so, you know. Job well done, you know. I mean, it's easy to make a baby laugh, you know. You just distract them, you know. It wasn't even funny shit that I was doing, you know. Just fucking. I don't even know what I did. I don't even know. I can't even remember what I did. I just remember it happening. I just remember I could always make my brother laugh. You know, my brother looks up to me, like. Well, I don't know if he does anymore, but you know, like back in the day, my brother used to look up to me and he's like, oh yeah, JoeKingAudits is a funny guy. No matter how much I bullied him, he's like, oh yeah, this is fun, you know. I had a laugh, and you know, like that's probably stuck with him throughout his whole life. And my brother looks up to me, and you know, like nowadays he's probably disappointed with me. But you know, that's the intelligence talking, you know. It's not the brainwashing talking. I was literally able to brainwash my brother, you know, at a stupidly young age. You know, I might actually be a psychopath, to be honest, because I can easily brainwash somebody, you know. I can easily like fucking go, yeah. I don't fucking do no wrong, you know. It's all you, bro. It's all you, you know. I can always turn it around on everybody. I mean, I don't turn it around on nobody, you know. Like, I mean, if you just go, yeah, all right, you know. Like if you're wrong, you know, just say, yeah, you're wrong, you know. A psychopath is not bothered about if they're wrong or right, you know. A psychopath is not bothered about if they're wrong or right, which is a good trait to have, you know, because it means you can go, yeah, all right, yeah, fair enough, you know, I'm wrong, you know, and then you let your guard down, and the psychopath can fucking, you know, use that against you, you know, like as soon as you like show some sort of empathy, you know, then the psychopath can use that against you. I don't fucking use that against you, you know. Well, maybe I do, but you know, like not in a criminal way or not in a fucking derogatory way. Just fucking, it's just to get you talking, you know, like for a YouTube video or for content, you know, like I truly believe that I'm a psychopath, you know. I've never had a genetic test, but you know, I truly believe I am a psychopath, but I'm a peaceful psychopath, you know. Like, I don't want to fucking hurt nobody. I don't want to like. Like the worst that I want to happen is to, you know, make you a star on YouTube, you know. You know. The reason I'm good at fucking auditing people is because I'm a psychopath, probably, you know. Like I don't get scared. Well, you know, unless, well, I do get scared. Mainly I'm scared at my own stupidity, you know, which is a psychopathic trait as well, you know. Like if I walk to the edge of a cliff, you know, like that's obviously, you know, I might fall. So psychopaths think like that, you know. They think rationally, you know. Like, you know, I'm not gonna walk to the edge of a lift, especially when someone stood behind me, you know. Because I'm a psychopath. Like, I understand the way people's brains work, you know, as a psychopath. They might push me off the edge of a cliff. So I don't do that. I don't fucking walk to the edge of a cliff, you know. Like, psychopaths are fucking some of the most intelligent people in the world, you know. Not that that's fucking, you know, not that that's like, I don't want to encourage psychopathic behaviour. I don't want to encourage psychopathic behaviour, but, you know, it's good to know that you're a psychopath, you know. It's good to know that you're a psychopath, because then you can go, you know, I'm not going to be a serial killer, and I'm not going to fucking try and hurt somebody, and I'm not going to fucking, you know, like, once you realise, you know, you might be a psychopath, like, then you can fucking, like, I mean, I've never had them in tendencies anyway, you know. I've never had a tendency to hurt anybody, you know. I do have the tendency to fucking defend myself. I've always had the tendency to defend myself, but, you know, I've always been a pacifist. Well, actually, I ain't always been a pacifist, but, like, after so long of getting punched in the face and having fights with people, like, I decided to become a pacifist. So what a pacifist means is, like, I don't want to hurt nobody. I don't want to hurt nobody, like, without provocation, you know. I don't want to hurt anybody in general, but, you know, if I have to defend myself, you know, then I might hurt somebody. You know, I'm not gonna fucking hurt nobody without provocation. You know, one guy just walked up to me and I punched him. So, you know, you don't even have to hit me first. Like, I will literally defend myself. And, you know, I don't feel guilty. I mean, I'm a psychopath, so I'm not going to feel guilty about fucking punching someone in the face if you just walk up to me. But, you know, I mean, police officer pushed me and then fucking came at me again, so I booted him. You know, like, I'm not going to say I'm not going to hurt. I'm not ever going to hurt anybody ever again. You know, because fucking I can't do that. You know. But literally, I'm not going to fucking hurt you. Like, I'm not going to hurt anybody, you know. I'm not going to touch you. I'm not going to fucking get in your personal space. I'm not going to come towards you. I'm not going to be aggressive. I mean, maybe with words I might be aggressive. Sometimes with words I get too aggressive. I must admit, you know, like, I need to calm down on the words sometimes. Because, like, words can be construed aggressively, you know. I mean, when I turn around, when a police officer pushes me, and I turn around and go, "Don't fucking push me," you know, that can be construed aggressively. But, you know, the police didn't have to fucking push me again when I said that, you know. He didn't have to do that. So, and he would try to do that, so I booted him, you know. Scary. Sound went, did it? Yeah, I'm probably getting shadow banned. Is the sound still working? Yeah, I'm probably in shadow then. Is the sound still working? Yeah, sound's working. How do you get a verified? How do you get a verified fucking sticker? You have to have like a certain amount of views. How many views do you need to get a verified sticker? I want a verified sticker. Maybe they don't have verified stickers on YouTube, it's just Facebook and X. Blue check mark on your channel needs to be authentic and official, representing a real entity like creator, brand or public figure. You generally need to have at least 100,000 subscribers. Generally. I'll ask YouTube. I'll get a fucking verified sticker. 100,000 subscribers. Bullshit. I wonder if I can get a verified sticker without actually getting 100,000 subscribers. It says you generally need. Should have a complete profile with profile picture, banner and description. Ensure your channel meets the basic requirements. Be authenticated, have at least 100,000 subscribers and complete profile. Never get to verification badges on channels to select YouTube support page. If your channel's eligible, you can click the apply now button. 100k. 100k is unreasonable, bro. Come on. Yeah. Not everybody's Mr. Beast. Like, how much does it take for Facebook? Like, how can I not verify my own channel? How can I not verify my own channel? Like, ridiculous, you know? I put my own fucking face on there. Well, you know, you all know my name. You all know my address. You know, like, how much more verified can I get, you know? Like, you know, the only reason I want the verified tick is because, you know, then I'll get more subscribers. Fucking, I'm a sellout, you know, I'm a fucking sellout. I mean, you know, I should make better content, shouldn't I? That might help, You know, I might get 100,000 subscribers if I make some fucking better content. If I actually make some content, you know, then maybe. You know, it's fucking hard work on YouTube though. You know, fucking. You know, I'm not going to be everybody's cup of tea. I get it. You know, English people don't seem to do as well as Americans on YouTube as well, which is fucking the fucking problem. My quality is not great, so that's another problem. I've got some ideas for audit videos. I've got some ideas. Not that's not been done before. But I mean, it's just the same shit that I've done before, to be honest. But I might actively try and pursue this idea. I don't want to give the details away. Like, it's just me basically walking around. But instead of just walking around, I'll notice people that take an interest of me doing a live stream or video recording, and see like the interaction with the public, basically. Because like that's the main problem with like Pinnack. Photography is not a crime. Like, the people don't even know about it, so like maybe we should audit the public. I'm very observant, you know. Like, I can tell when people like, you know, judging me because I'm recording in public, you know. Like, I'll literally just record my face. I'll literally just be live streaming my face at all times. But then when somebody looks at me funny, like they do, like, you, wow, look at you with your fucking fantasy live stream, you know. Like, you must be famous. So I'll ask them a question and I'll go, why, you know, like, what question can you ask them without being offensive? Why do you give me a dirty look because I'm live streaming, bro? You know, like, I don't like, you know, I don't want to be offensive. I just want, I'm just intrigued. Why do you give me a dirty look? I mean, maybe it wasn't a dirty look, but you know, like, why do you look at me like that? Because I'm live streaming, you know. By the way, you're gonna be on camera while you're saying this. Oh, I don't want to be on camera. Okay, you know, fine. You know, like, just tell me then. You know, like, I'll just record me. Just me. Just me and you. You know, like, why is it a problem with me recording? You know, like, police record you, security guards record you, businesses record you. Why is it just like live streamers that you hate so much? You know, like, or do you hate them? No, you're just like interested, or you jealous or something? You know, like, what is the reason behind it? You know, like, I would like to know. I think that's the problem with the world, you know. Even police go, I feel uncomfortable when fucking people are recording us, you know. Even police officers say that, you know. Like, police don't like being on camera. Imagine that. Imagine a world where that fucking happens. They've got fucking cameras, you know, to protect themselves, but they don't seem to understand the reasons why people can record, you know, like crazy, you know. I'm not a big advocate for Pinnack, you know. I'm not like the reason I got into this fucking auditing business is because I hate police, you know. That's I want to fucking show police corruption. But what I've realised is like I can only show police corruption if I can record, like wherever I fucking go, you know. If criminals are getting arrested by police officers and they kick off, the police go, oh, come on, don't fucking record him, you know, like, and it's like, it's annoying, like, because I can't get a fucking, a normal interaction, you know, I can't get a normal interaction because people aren't used to being recorded, you know, so, like, we need to fucking deal with the public first, we need to deal with the public, make sure everybody's used to being recorded, no matter if you've got a fucking, a mobile phone recording or a fucking camera. You know, get everybody like used to being recorded, and then we can have a normal interaction. You know. That's the problem. You know, like because the police will act up on their own cameras. You know, like they'll fucking turn their fucking body worn cameras on, and they will act up on their body worn cameras, and the footage will go missing miraculously, and all sorts of shit. You know, but if everyone's used to being on film, then maybe you can get some more fucking natural interactions compared to like if people wasn't used to being recorded. I mean, the only way to fucking not worry about that is to like fucking have secret covert cameras, you know. And you know, I'd love to do that, you know. Like, give me some money, I'll do fucking all the covert fucking videos you want, but you know, like, I'm not going to be auditing Britain and just go pretend to be on phone while I'm recording, you know, like, I'm not going to do that. mainly because, like, I want people to act up for the camera as well, you know. Because I find that interesting, you know, like people act up more for a camera, you know. Like when you're on camera, you know, people want to smash your face in and smash your camera and everything and snatch your camera out of your hand. So, you know, I also want that to happen. You know, most of my bad interactions is people try to steal my camera and fucking, you know, delete my live stream and, you know, like, literally take my phone out of my hands, like, literally assault me. Like, most of my like fucking bad interactions have been about that. So I don't wanna stop that, you know. I mean, I do want to stop that because I don't want fucking people to smash my phone up like they have done. But, you know, at the same time, you know, I want that to happen because it's fucking education for people, you know. And the more education we get out there, the more people can stop fucking trying to grab my camera out of my hand, hopefully. audit some lap dancing clubs or casinos. Why? I don't think fucking, I don't know if, does YouTube have a, does YouTube have a policy against fucking gambling or something? Is that why you're saying that? Like, they definitely have some, we can just ban you, you know? We can just ban you. They definitely have some, community standards about fucking nudity. So, Rob Random, you know, like, if you want to be banned, you know, just say it, you know, we can just ban you, you know. Up to you. Like, oh, I just, like, you just try to be funny or something. Is that a joke? Is that a joke? Like, just audit some fucking lap dancing, you know, some naked women, you know, on YouTube. Even though you know that's against community standards. That were a good joke, that, you know, fucking everybody laugh at that guy. Guy's fucking, you know, like proper, you know, like you should be a fucking comedian, bro. Have you seen anyone audit a casino? Is it against community standards? You don't answer my questions. You ask me questions, but you don't answer my questions. No, I haven't seen nobody auditing a casino. Maybe because it's against fucking YouTube community standards. You know, like it's against YouTube's policy for gambling. You know, like I don't know if it is or not. You know, I'm asking you. Is it against community standards? I know that lap dancing and fucking nudity is against community standards. So you're probably trying to get me shut down, yeah? Haha, funny. Funny guy. Hilarious. See? You can't answer the question, can you? You don't answer questions. People like you do not answer questions. You just like try to fucking degrade me constantly with your questions. Don't think so. Maybe at lap dancing if you didn't go inside. Answer above. Like why would I risk going to a lap dancing club and audit lap dancing clubs? Why would I risk going to a casino? I mean, all right. You said you don't think fucking recording gambling is a crime or against YouTube policy. So, like, okay, we can do casinos, I suppose. If gambling is not a community standard issue, we can do casinos all day long. We'll get chucked out as soon as we're recording in there, you know. But we could go in a casino and go, yo, what's going on, bro? You know. I just don't see the point of it, you know. Like, what are we auditing at that point? Just to see if people allow me to record in a casino. Like, you know, any business can fucking tell me to leave if I go inside, if I'm recording. You know, if that's their policy. Like, there is no like, I could trespass for a little bit, you know. I could go in there and, you know, fucking walk around and go, yep, you know, like, I'm here. But, like, I don't see the point of it, you know. Like, what are we trying to achieve? Pinnack. I don't really give a shit about Pinnack. You know, I get why people don't like fucking be recorded. I get why people don't like a camera stuck in the face. You know, I only fucking stick cameras in people's faces if you piss me off. You know, Like, that's the reason I started this channel, and that's the reason I'm going to end this channel. Like, alright, once upon a time, I did go to fucking, you know, some businesses and things like that. I'm not going to do that anymore. You know, I'm not gonna fucking, you know, well, security guards. Whenever I see a security guard, I will record them. Especially if they don't have the SAA license on display. But that's about it. Because it's not being done. Be original. Become famous. Like what? Are you a gambler? Is that you're pissed off? You're pissed off with like casinos because you've lost loads of money being a gambler. Like if you just don't do that, you know, like I won't even play the lottery, you know, just because I know the odds, you know. Like, I mean, at a pub, you know, like my mates convinced me to put fucking £1 in, you know, and I won like a pint, you know, I won like £2.50 back. And I was just like, oh, yeah, I'm taking it, you know. And they're like, no, carry on, Joe, you'll win, you know, like you'll win. I'm like, no, that's good enough, you know. I put £1 in. I was like, fucking £2.50. That's a pint, you know. That were a pint back in them days, you know. It cost £2.50 for a pint. That were for an expensive pint as well, you know. So I made like £1 profit, you know. That's the only time I've gambled. I don't fucking gamble, me. You know. I don't stand on fucking the edge of a cliff. I'm not going to gamble with my life. So why the fuck would I gamble with my money? You know. Simple as. Lots of gambling channels on YouTube. Well, then, you know, it's not fucking unique then, is it? What are you on about? How's it unique then? Showing the real gambling loss or wins, does the casino always win? Yeah. Casino always wins. I mean, they won't be in business if they didn't fucking make a profit, so... And the only people that are going to make a profit out is you cunts that fucking gamble, so... Like, obviously, you know, like... They always win, you know, it's not like... They're not going to fucking... They're not going to give you... They're not going to, like, give you all that money, are they? You know? Like... I don't know what fucking gambling you've done, but, you know, like... I mean, you got a Ladbrokes, you know, fucking... The Ladbrokes wouldn't exist if you didn't fucking lose, you know? It's not rocket science. Because no one has audited them, for fuck's sake. You are an auditor. Auditor. You are. I mean, like, what? You're a gambler. Let's just understand what you're talking about here. Robert Random is a gambler. You're pissed off because you've lost all your money, and now you want me to audit fucking gambling establishments, right? Is that what's going on? Like I'm not pissed off with gambling sites because, you know, I don't have to go there, you know. I don't gamble. So I have no interest in auditing fucking gambling sites. If you're pissed off with gambling sites, why don't you fucking go there and fucking audit them? You know, I don't get your point, you know, like, I'm pissed off with police. I'm pissed off with corruption. I'm pissed off with fucking the government. I'm pissed off with fucking people, you know, that can't behave themselves in public, can't follow the law, you know. I'm pissed off with immigration. I'm pissed off with a lot of things. Gambling, you know, like, just don't go there. Just don't go gamble, you know. I play poker sometimes, you know. I'll literally lose 50 quid playing poker. And, you know, I'm like, oh, I'm gutted, you know, I've lost 50 quid playing poker, you know. It's fucking £10 a time as well, like, you know, like, £10 a buying, you know, like, you know, you get fucking more chips if you're buying, you know, like, you get 2,500 chips if you pay £10. Like, I'll rebuy up to £50. And then I'm like, alright, you know, I'm done, you know, I'm fucking shit at poker, you know, but I enjoyed myself, you know. I even bought a pint, you know, at fucking £5, whatever it was. Fucking £4.60. Wasn't even a fiver, you know. Quite reasonable for a fucking casino. £4.60 for a pint, you know. It's expensive for Bradford, you know, but like, bought a pint. I bought 2 pints actually, but you know, all right, I spent 60 quid, £60, you know, including the pints. But you know, I enjoyed myself, you know. I enjoyed fucking playing with a load of fucking cheaters. By the way, there were loads of cheaters in that. They're all ganging up on people. They were playing in groups. You know, like if you go to a poker tournament, like they literally come there in as friends, and they'll gang up on you. They'll fucking gang up on you. Yeah. And you know, that was my you know, I was an amateur. I didn't realise that, you know, but like I realised that as it was happening, but there was nothing I could do about it by then, you know, because they'd made me fold like a certain amount of times, and then by the end of it, I had to go all in. You know, they like force you to go all in basically. They force you to go all in. Once they get you down to a certain amount of chips, they will rebuy and you know they'll put you all in. So I actually won the first all in, but I still didn't like have enough chips to beat their rebuys. And you know that's how like fucking poker tournaments work in lower leagues. You know they gang up on each other. Like people just gang up on you. You know. The only way you can win is lucky and be aggressive. That's the only way you can win. Or just fold, you know, just fold until they put you all in, and then you've got to be lucky with your cards. Just let them put you all in, because they will do eventually. They'll be like, oh yeah, low chip stack. Oh yeah, let's fucking let's put you all in. Right, if you're lucky with your cards, you know, you can fucking win. You know. Literally don't even play the cards, you know, literally do not even play the cards. Like, if you've got fucking aces, like, just fold them, you know. Like, you've probably got more chance than winning with any 2 cards than fucking aces. Because, like, there'll be multiple players playing against you, you know. Like, somebody with fucking ace queen, and somebody with jack 10, you know, and If you've got aces, there's less chance that a fucking ace is going to come. More chance that fucking a jack or a queen or a fucking 10 or a, you know, like, that's how bloody poker tournament works in Bradford. In fact, you know, they stopped the poker tournaments in the casino where I go because of that fact, because they're all cheating, you know. Like, I noticed it, you know, but I mean, it's not actually cheating, you know. You're allowed to do that if you want. You know, if you wanna go there and you know you wanna take a big gang of friends and all gang up on fucking lower players, you know, you're allowed to do that, you know, because you know there's no rules that say you can't do that, you know. It'd be impossible to fucking predict someone's actions to say, oh, you're fucking, you know, you're all fucking ganging up on one person, you know, like in a poker tournament, because it's just so random, you know. But people do that, you know. They'll give other people more money to rebuy. You know, the next player might even give the other person more money to rebuy and go, you know, if you win, then you owe me a share of the money, you know. Like, that's cheating in my opinion. But in the poker tournaments, it's not. It's allowed, you know. I didn't really give a shit, you know. I was just there to have fun, you know. I'm like, fucking, it's my last 50 quid, you know. I'll just spend it on fucking playing poker, you know. Maybe I win, you know. I won't gonna win, you know. I'm not that good at poker. Like, I'll admit it, you know. Not very good at poker. I'm very I'm not very consistent, you know. I'm not very consistent. Like, so people call me a lot. People fucking call me a lot because I'm not very consistent. Usually I have fucking 2 random cards though. You know, I'll give you that, you know. When they call me, I have 2 random cards, so if they call me, I have to double down, you know. Like, I put myself in these situations all the time. You know, I have 2 random cards that are fucking not the highest cards, you know, like they're not ace king or ace fucking queen or fucking, you know, like fucking king queen. You know, like I usually put myself in a situation where I've got 10 jack, you know. So, you know, like, and I can't get out of it because I make everybody else fold, but you know, there's always like 2 players that have more higher cards than me, so 99% of the time I'll you know, I mean, fucking any 2 cards is fucking better than no, you know. Any two random cards. The problem is, you know, people have ace jack, so like one of my cards is fucking obsolete, or ace queen, so like fucking 2 of my cards are obsolete, you know, because I have jack queen, you know. If I have an ace I'll slow play it though, you know. If I have an ace and a jack, I'll slow play it, which is probably a bad idea. I shouldn't be telling you this, you know. I don't want to give you my secrets. If I have a king, I'll slow play it. You know, like fucking king, like a king queen. You know, like not even pair. You know, like fucking just king whatever, king 2. You know, I'll slow play it. You know, like. Check. And then a queen will come, and I'll be like, oh yeah, queen, oh yes, here we go. Literally, I've literally been known to put all in. If a queen comes, you know, and I've got a king, I've been known to put all in, you know, even though I don't have a queen. If I have king 2 and a queen comes on the flop, literally go all in, you know, like. I mean, you know, it's hard when you're playing on low stacks, you know. And I've won as well, you know. I win more times than not when I do that, you know. I win more times than that. Like, well, it depends what comes on the flop, but you know, like fucking. As long as no ace or king comes, you know, then there's a good chance that the only thing that someone's gonna have is a queen. And if I have a higher kicker than someone with a pair of queens, and I bet on a pair of queens or a pair of kings, what did I say? Kings. You know, if I bet on a pair of kings first from the other person, most actually I don't. I mean, if we go all in, you know, even if we go all in, you know, like unless someone has a pair of kings and we're fucked, but you know. I usually go all in because I don't have enough chips, you know, to like bluff it. So more likely than not, somebody's not going to have 3 kings, you know. So you just go all in, you know. Sometimes you get a call, but just because JoeKingAudits is fucking loose, you know. Oh, they have more chips. I fucking won tournaments doing that, you know. I mean, not doing that, but you know, like just early game, you know, when you're low on chips. Like if you just like play the odds, then people will call, you know. And if they call, they can double up. You can double up because like these people that are going to call, they're going to have more chips than you. So they're still in the tournament. Like, you know, like if you just like notice how many chips people have, and you go, oh, you know, I have fucking a quarter of their chip stack, you know, they're likely to call you. If they have like anything, like any two cards that are like active, like you know, like they think they're active, you know, like they might have fucking 2-3, you know, but they might call you just because it gets one more person out of the tournament, because you know you're not raising and fucking going all in with nothing, you know. When a queen comes, you know, or a king comes on the flop, they're like, oh, you got a king, and they're like, oh, I've got fucking 2-3, you know, like I've got fucking 2 active cards, and I've hit my 2, you know, so you know I could possibly get fucking, like, it's worth a call, so like the best bet is go all in, because you're gonna make more money at early game, and if you make more money at early game, that stands you in good stead for the rest of the game, you know. And you know, most poker players know this. Most poker players will fold, like, if they're good, because it's just not worth the risk for that much amount of money. But you know, like in the small leagues, people like to bully, you know, people like team up, so you can take advantage of that by doing moves like that, you know. Just to double yourself up, you know. It's all about speculation, you know. You speculate with the odds that you might win, you know. It's close to 50-50, you know, and you've got a good chance of winning, you know. Like in cards, anyway, in poker, especially, you know. And you've got 2 chances for that 50-50. You know, if you hit fucking 50-50 chance odds that you're gonna win on the flop and on the river, you know. Like, there's a good chance, you know. You need to get all your money in, you know, straight away. Especially early game. Late game, you want to be a bit more. You know, a little bit more reserved. But being too reserved, you know, like people, like no one's gonna call you. If you're too reserved, you know, no one's gonna call you. So, like when you do it, and you know, no one's gonna call you. So you sort of wanna play loose and fucking tight at the same time. Late game. In the amateur division, you know. fucking poker players can fucking tell the difference between if you're playing loose or playing, you know. They can see right through you, most of them. But, you know, I make mistakes. That's my problem. When I play poker, I make mistakes. Like, I raise at the wrong time, and I call at the wrong time. Like, you know, I'll call just to see if they'll fucking call again. You know, because I'm trying to get a read out of them, but you know, like, they don't make the call the same time. You know, I'll call and then check. And they don't fucking call again, you know, because they know that I'm trying to get a read out of them. Or they're bluffing, you know. They're bluffing with a call. And, you know, like, most of the time that happens, you know, like, I have nothing anyway, so, you know, I have no option than to fucking fold. But, you know, and then I'll hit a 2 on the river, and I'm like, oh yeah, now we're fucking rocking. I fucking hit a pair. This guy's already got a pair of 8s or something, you know, like fucking, you know, mid pair. Right? And I'm like, alright, fucking bet fucking 2,000, you know, like, oh yeah, call. Pair of 8s versus pair of 2s, you know, like, fucking, they know, you know, they fucking know. Somehow, they always fucking know. I don't know exactly how much to bet, you know. My bet fucking ratio is like, I don't know exactly how much to bet, you know. On a like, let's just say it was a 16,000 chip pot, you know, 16,000, like, and I bet 8,000, you know. Is that enough? Or should I bet 16,000, you know? Like, how would I get someone off a pair of 8s? You know, let's say the flop was fucking King, Jack, Queen, 8, 2. You know, I had a pair of 2s. The guy had a pair of 8s. Like, how do I get someone off of a pair of 8s? How much do I have to fucking bet all in? I can't go all in, you know. I can't go all in because fucking it's a pair of 2s with King, Jack, Queen, you know, like on the flop. Like, I'm literally bluffing all the way, you know. I'm literally bluffing all the way. Like, fucking King, Jack, Queen came on the flop, and then fucking 2 came on the river, on the fucking turn, and then 8 came on the river, you know. The guy has a pair of 8s, I have a pair of 2s. Like, how the fuck do I get that guy off? I should have bet the 2s. Like, that's always my mistake, you know, like, I never ever bet when I get the fucking nuts, you know. Well, not the nuts, but, you know, when I get a card, you know, I never bet, you know. I should have bet the 2. I should have bet big on the 2, right? Like, what if the 2 came on the river instead of the turn? Like, how do I get that guy off a pair of 8s when I've got a pair of 2s? You can't, you know. There is no, but I have to bet, you know. Right, you know, if that guy bet on a pair of eights, you know, then you know, fair enough, you know, like I'll fold. But you know, if I'm bluffing on the fucking King Jack Queen that came on the fucking flop. If I'm betting on the King Jack Queen that came on the flop, and then I shut down and check on the turn if the guy fucking calls me, you know. I bet on King Jack Queen. I've got fucking a 2 and a 3, you know. Let's say I've got a 2 and a 3. Like if I bet on King Jack Queen coming on the flop, bluffing, and the guy calls, like what am I supposed to think, you know? 100% he's got the fucking nuts, you know, like fucking straight, or fucking, he could have anything, you know, he could have a king, he could have fucking 2 kings, he could have fucking all sorts of shit, you know, like an ace. I mean, like maybe not the 2. Fucking King, Jack, Queen, Ace, 10. You know, it is a 10. Okay, so 2, 3 is not that bothered. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know, like fucking, it's impossible. Like this direct scenario hasn't happened, you know, but like scenarios like this have happened when I've been playing poker, and I'm like, there's no way you can call this, you know. There's no way you can call this, you know, because like, you know, I played suspiciously, you know. I played suspiciously, and I had a lot of chips, and you know, I literally just go all in, you know. I mean, I didn't have fucking. Well, I had like fucking half my chips left. I had like half my chips left. Like half the chips that I put in the pot, you know, I had fucking half as much, you know. And the guy had more chips. But, you know, by the end of it, you know, he just laughed. You know, he made a little funny. He made a little funny face. It took about ages to make it. It took fucking ages to make a decision. But he called it eventually, and you know, like he laughed. He laughed, and you know, like. It was like, that's a good bluff, you know. That's a good bluff. That's why I laughed. He wasn't laughing at me. He was laughing because he fucking, you know, it was a good bluff. But like, how do you call that? How do you call that? You know, like, literally had a pair of 2s on the fucking board. You know, like I didn't have a pair of 2s in my hand. Can't remember what my fucking other card was. I mean, it wasn't a pair of 2s. I can't remember what it was. But it was some low cards. But I played it like I had fucking Ace King Jack, you know. I played it like I had Ace King Jack. Like, he shouldn't have called that, you know. There's no way he should have called that for that much money. But like, I think because I made him get all that money in first, you know, like, because I bet on Ace King Jack. And he called it. and he had nothing, you know. He ate the fucking river, you know, or the turn. I can't remember if he ate the river or the turn. But you know, that was the one the one poker hand that made me feel like a fucking poker player. You know, like, I was like, oh yeah, I'm actually good at poker now. You know, because I disguised what I was doing. You know, like I disguised what I was doing. You know, like he fucking called it. And then I shut down. I shut down on King, Queen, Jack, or whatever it was. There were a straight draw, there were fucking a flush draw, there were all sorts of shit, you know, going on with that fucking flop. But I shut down afterwards to make him think like I'm trying to fucking like gain some, you know, like just like you fucking you do that, you know. You fucking you know, you wanna call me? Alright, I'm gonna shut down, you know. And this guy, you know, this guy's seen it all before. Right. But that's one of the hands that made me feel like a poker player, you know, like a true poker player, because like I thought that through, you know, like fucking yeah. And I made this guy fucking think for ages, you know, like fucking thinking for ages. Like every decision, you know, like fucking longest hand I've ever played, you know, like literally up to fucking time limit, you know. And you know, and then I bet the fucking last opportunity I bet, you know, I bet. You know, that guy just kept checking. You know, like bet fucking most of my chips, you know, like literally most of my chips. I still had fucking enough chips to carry on. But, you know, like most of my chips, I bet. And, well, maybe I went all in. No, I didn't go all in. No, I didn't go all in. No, because I was talking to him afterwards. Well, I wasn't talking to him, but you know, you can only talk online. You can only talk with emotes. So, you know, like, I saved some chips. I had fucking. I didn't have enough chips to really carry on. Realistically. Maybe that's what's suspicious. You know, I fucking put too many chips in. I put too many chips in. I tried to like fucking bully him out of it. Like all bluffing, you know. I had a pair of twos. But he only had a pair of eights, you know. That is so annoying, you know, like. Pair of twos with a pair of eights, you know, with King, Jack, Queen on board, you know, like. it was so annoying. And I bet the Queen, King, Queen, Jack, Queen, King, you know, as soon as it fucking came up. I mean, I should have doubled down, shouldn't I? I should have fucking bet. I should have just kept betting. I should have just kept betting. King, Queen, Jack. You know, I shut down because I was trying to say, you know, oh, have you got a straight? You know, like I've only got a pair of kings, you know. Like, because fucking most people think, oh, yeah, oh, you've got a fucking pair of kings, or you got a pair of fucking jacks, or you got a pair of fucking, oh, yeah, I've got better than that, you know. I already had a fucking pair of kings, you know. Like, most people call that because they've got fucking, you know, the nuts. Like, so I shut down, you know. I shut down, and then the guy fucking checks. I'm like, alright. So I'll bet the next one big, you know. I'll bet big, you know. I'll bet big next time. I think I bet too much, to be honest. I should have bet a little bit less. Just because like my chip stack, you know. If I'd have bet like half my chip stack, like I can't remember what the pot was, but you know, fucking it were a lot. Like fucking 10 grand, you know. If I'd have bet, and I only had like 5 grand left. If I'd have bet 2,500, you know, half my chips, might have got away with it. I decided to bet like fucking 2,000, like 3,000 or something, you know, like fucking, can't remember. Not even half the pot, you know. I had more chips than that, I think. The guy took fucking ages to make fucking his decision. It felt like it were fucking like hacking my computer, you know. It took that long for every decision, you know. It was one of the best hands that I've ever played in poker, to be honest. Like the most fucking like informative fucking hands that I've ever played in poker, ever. Like we're battling it out just from the fucking bluffing, you know. Like we were both bluffing all the way through, you know. The guy's bluffing because you know he has nothing. JoeKingAudits is bluffing because he has nothing. Like one of us got something on the flop. Can't remember which one it was. Was it him or was it me? I don't know. Can't remember. But we're still bluffing, you know. Like we're both checked, you know. And then on the river, you know, I fucking hit my card or he hits his card. And I bet first. Because fucking, you know, I've got to bet first. So I bet first. And the guy fucking takes about fucking half an hour. On each of them decisions, you know, like fucking about half an hour fucking. Like, took forever to make that decision, you know. It was a hard decision, you know. I'm not gonna lie, you know. Like, it was a hard decision. Like, the guy's probably looking back on my hands, you know, like he's played with me, you know, like fucking and played with everybody, you know. He's like he's looking back on the internet, like what's this guy like, you know. Anyway, he beat me. He called me and he fucking beat me. Pair of 8s. A pair of 2s. Jack, Queen, King on fucking board. You know, like, who the fuck calls that? Nobody fucking calls that, you know. Nobody calls that. I mean, maybe I didn't bet enough the first time, you know. It's like you know, whatever cards you've got, if King, Queen, Jack comes on the board, you've got to fucking bet, you know. You have to bet. Maybe I didn't bet enough. Like all the other players fucking got out of it, you know. I can't remember if there were other players involved, but you know, like everybody else got out of it, like fast. If there was other players. You know, I were in position. I was the first person to bet. You know, I've got to bet. You know, I have to bet. There's no not betting. King, Queen, Jack. You know, like there is no not betting. Like, do I keep betting? Do I keep betting? You know, if a 2 comes. Probably. I should keep betting if 2 comes. If an ace comes, then maybe not. Actually, if an ace comes, then yeah. If a 10 comes, then maybe not. It depends what I do. Like, yeah, I should have kept betting, shouldn't I? Like I'm when King, Queen, Jack comes and I've got fucking 2 fucking 10 or whatever I had, a 10 Jack, 2 Jack. Can't remember what I had. It was some random 2 cards. Maybe Ace Jack. Maybe I had an ace. Not Ace 2. Maybe I had an ace. I know I'm bluffing, but I can't remember exactly what fucking 2 cards I had. Probably Ace 2, you know. I can't imagine I'd get involved in a fucking pot unless I have an ace. I didn't have an ace. Maybe I had a 10. Maybe I had a 10. 10 2. You know, like I have a high range of hands. No, I don't really have that much of a high range of hands. Not 10 2 anyway. I don't know why I got involved with that. Maybe it was an ace. Maybe it was ace 2. And yeah, that would make sense, you know, because fucking then I can get a straight. If I get a 10, you know, I got a straight. So yeah, I probably had ace 2. On the flop. straight, a fucking, you know, possible straight draw. And then 8 and fucking 2 comes. I'm like, alright, you know, or 2. Yeah, 2 came. I might have been S8, to be honest. You know, the guy beat me on a pair of 2s. No, no, because an 8 and a fucking 2 came. You know, like, we both fit a fucking hand. Yeah, so I had the 2. I had the 2. No, I didn't have the 2. I got the 2 on the flop on the fucking river. Or the 8. One of them. Like, I was bluffing all the way through. I was bluffing all the way through. And then I fucking hit a card. And I'm like, okay, I've hit my card. Yeah, so it must have been the 2. Like the two on the river. Because otherwise the guy would have beaten me. And you call it. Like, how can you call it? How do you call that? Like, if I hit the fucking, you know, if I hit the fucking 8 on the river. No, the 2 on the river. The 2 on the river. I hit the 2 on the river because I lost. True. Okay, you can call it. But like, if I bet on King Jack Queen, you know, on the flop, and then we check on the flop, and the guy hits the 2, and then I hit the 8 on the river. No. He hits the 8 on the fucking flop. And then I hit the fucking 2 on the river. And I bet. Yeah, I'd probably call that, to be honest. I would probably call that. Because fucking, you know, like, I were in position, so, like, obviously I'm going to bet. It took him fucking half an hour to fucking, like, make that decision, you know, but, like, yeah, like, thinking about it now, you know, I would fucking, I don't know, that wasn't exactly, like, fucking exactly how it happened, but, like, he hit the flop, and I hit the river, and I fucking checked the flop, and he checked the flop because it were a pair of 2s. So, you know, like, yeah, it makes sense. He's trying to call with minimal losses because, like, it's just hitting a pair of fucking 2s on the river, you know. Like, if I had a bet on the fucking flop instead of fucking, if I had a bet on the flop and the river, it probably wouldn't have called. Well, you know, I shouldn't have fucking bet anything. You know, I had nothing. You know, I had nothing. But, you know, I'm betting on the flop. So I have to double down, you know. I have to fucking double down because, well, do I have to double down? I shouldn't have got involved with that hand, to be honest. I shouldn't even got involved with that hand. But how do you fucking call? How do you call with a pair of fucking 8s? You know, if I bet first. Like, you don't want to be in that position. That's why it took him fucking ages to fucking think about it, you know. Like, you don't want to be in that position. Like, he shouldn't have called. He shouldn't have called when I fucking bet on the fucking flop, you know. But you know, like, if I bet on the flop, I have to double down. You know, I should have doubled down. Like, because I didn't double down, you know, like fucking. He's trying to fucking get a call as cheap as possible. Is that what happened? He got the fucking cheap ass call. He didn't run out of chips, you know. It's actually a good player, you know. Like, it was a good player. Better than me. Because fucking even to this day, I don't understand how he could make that goal. He probably was laughing at me. He wasn't laughing with me, you know. He wasn't laughing with me. He was probably laughing at me. Thinking about it now. Like, now that I look back on it, you know, like fucking. I'm shit at poker. I already knew that. I already knew that. Like, there's nothing I could have done about that, though. There's nothing I could have done about that. Apart from go all in, you know. If I'd have gone all in on King, Queen, Jack, that might have fucking solved the problem. Like, there's no way that guy could fucking call King, Queen, Jack. He had fucking, you know, he had two like random cards, you know, like fucking 8. He had 8 something, you know, 8, 10. Actually, maybe he did have a flush draw, a straight draw. So maybe he did have a straight draw. I mean, maybe I had a straight draw. Like, all I remember is fucking. We had similar cards, you know, like fucking. We had 2 fucking shit cards. Maybe we both had a 10. Like, I had 10-8. He had fucking 10-2. No, he had 10-8, and I had 10-2. Maybe that's what happened. Like, all I know is fucking, you know. Like, we both found it funny, you know, because it was fucking ridiculous. We were both bluffing, you know. That was the thing, you know. We were both bluffing. You know, I was the only one that was betting though, which was my mistake. I shouldn't have bet any of that. Like, if I'd have just checked it, you know. if I just checked it all, everything would have been fine. But you can't not fucking bet King, Queen, Jack, you know. I think that's why I laughed. Because, you know, I have to bet fucking King, Queen, Jack. I have to. You know, there's no not betting King, Queen, Jack on the flop. No matter what cards you've got, you know. You know, you have to, even if you got something, you have to bet it. Because, you know, like, if you're bluffing, not betting King, Queen, Jack is like bluffing, and betting King, Queen, Jack is like bluffing. So you have to bet King, Queen, Jack. You know? I can't remember if it was suited or not. You know, if it's suited, you know, might have been suited as well. You know? Like there's nothing you can do to like bluff if you've got the nuts. If King, Queen, Jack comes on the flop, there's nothing you can do to bluff whether you have got fucking a royal flush. If King, Queen, Jack comes, the only thing you can do is bet, you know, and hope that somebody like bet small, you know. Hopefully somebody don't believe you, you know. It's the only thing you can do. You know. The guy didn't believe me. And the guy had nothing. You know. Maybe because I bet small, or maybe because I bet, you know, like. It was right, I suppose. I mean, yeah, maybe you shouldn't fucking bet King, Queen, Jack. Like, you know, I was just like, if I bet small, you know, and I can pump up the fucking. Like, am I wrong to bet King, Queen, Jack? You know, like, maybe I'm wrong to bet King, Queen, Jack. I thought I was being tricky, you know. Maybe, you know, like maybe the fucking, maybe the players don't bet King, Queen, Jack if you've got the nuts. There was a lot of money in the, pot though, so I can't remember if it was fucking suited. I don't think it was suited. You know, I would try to take down the pot right there. You know, that was the play. You know, try to take the pot straight away. You know, like. But you know, I've done that multiple times, so maybe this guy fucking like saw that in me. I doubt it was suited. You know, I don't think I've ever seen fucking King Queen Jack come out like suited on the flop. I've had a royal flush before. Not in fucking online play or tournament play. Just like when me and my dad were playing cards. Was it my dad? Can't remember. Maybe I was playing cards with someone else. But yeah. I had a royal flush before. Didn't win no money, you know. Right. Literally. Yeah. You win more money when you're in them fucking like awkward hands, you know. Royal flush, you know. Like, if you got a royal flush, you know, everyone's like, you know, yeah, shit. You know, you could have a straight, you could have fucking kings, you could have queens, you could have fucking, you know, like nobody wants to get involved when you got a royal flush, you know. You don't win nobody. One of the fucking reasons why I love poker, you know. You can get a royal flush, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna fucking win all the money, you know. Pretty fucking amazing, you know. In fact, most of the time, when you've got fucking the best hand, you win less money, you know. When you've got the worst hand, you know. That's like, I mean, okay, I'm not very good at poker, but you know, like every time I have the worst hand, you know, I go all in, and then fucking, you know, I win fucking, I double up. I have the worst hand, you know, most of the time. When I have the worst hand, you know, I always double up. Because I have no choice, I have to go all in, because fucking, otherwise, you know, I don't have enough, like, blinds to even play the game, you know. Poker's a weird game. Poker is a weird game. Not gonna lie. Like that hand like taught me that I was good at poker though, you know, like that hand did teach me that I was good at poker. I mean, now that I think about it, you know, I'm actually not that good at poker, because like, you know, I might have made that guy think for a bit, you know, but like that doesn't mean I'm good at poker. Like, he was definitely better than me, you know. Like he fucking thought about it and he's like, oh yeah, why did you bet fucking king jack queen? Because you try to fucking, you know, obviously you're trying to fucking represent something that you don't have. And then why did you shut down when king queen jack came up and the flop came out? Because you don't have king jack queen, or you try to represent that you don't have anything, and maybe you've got something, you know. Like you try to pretend like it's complicated, you know. Like it's pretty obvious now that I think about it, you know. Like the way I did it was pretty obvious, you know. Like I literally like I say I've got something, and then I'm like, you know, next card comes, and I'm like, you know, most likely they're gonna hit something, you know, if they haven't hit something in the previous thing, and you know, like if the call because they've hit something, you know, I'm like, all right, I'll shut down, you know, like, you know, you might have fucking King Jack, you know, you might have fucking Jack Queen, you know, on the flop, but on the fucking, you know, on the river, I'm like, you know, I'm gonna shut down, you know, like automatically, I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna shut down. King Jack Queen, you know, like oh, let's see what this guy's gonna do. Oh, it fucking checks. What a surprise! Right, I should have realised. I should have bet, to be honest. I should have just fucking bet and bet. There's no way I could have called it otherwise. Like even with a pair of eights, you know, like you get a pair of eights on flop. You know, I had nothing, by the way. I had literally nothing. I may have had a straight draw. I do speculate a lot on a straight draw. I might have had fucking 10-2. You know? I do speculate a lot on a straight draw. Don't ask me why I get involved with fucking 10-2. I don't know. You know, because I have chips. You know, like if I have money, you know, I'll fucking do it. You know, I'll fucking do it. I'll get involved with hands when I shouldn't. You know. It was probably suited, you know, as well. And it was probably mostly fucking clubs or something, you know, like the flop. So I might have carried on because of that reason. I do like flush draws, you know, like you know. If you make it cheap for me to fucking get involved, I'll get involved, you know. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking 3 cards, you get 3 cards for free, you know, like fucking, you know, couple of quid, there you go, have it, you know, I wanna get involved with this hand, you know. I shouldn't, but, you know, I do. And, you know, it were a good hand, a good learning experience. Can't believe he called me, to be honest. You know, this is why you shouldn't gamble, people. You know, like rob random. Don't gamble. You know, fucking, it's very addictive. You know, like I've played poker. You know, like it's not good for you. You know, you always want to do better. You know, You're like, oh yeah, I can do better, and I can win money. No. There's no. I mean, maybe you can like do better. Maybe you can like even card count or something. You know, like maybe you can figure out a way that's 100% effective with gambling. You know, like you're always gonna win, but the moral of the story is most gambling, like all gambling facilities, would not be making a profit if there was an easier way to cheat against these gambling profiteers and companies. That's all you need to know. You know, like you're always gonna lose. You know, there's no winning. You know, like there's no winning the lottery. You know, you like fucking put £1 on you. I've got a chance of winning. You know. Do you know the chance of winning the lottery? Does anyone know the fucking chance of winning the lottery? There's a higher chance of fucking 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 monkeys. I don't even know the fucking number, but like there's more chance of fucking a lot of fucking monkeys, an infinite amount of monkeys, writing the works of Shakespeare on a typewriter. You know, if you give a fucking monkey a typewriter, there's more chance of fucking a monkey writing the works of Shakespeare on a typewriter than there is fucking a lottery. That's how much chance you've got to win the lottery. Did you know that? I don't know if that's true, but you know it sounds fucking good. Literally, like fucking, like you've got more chance of fucking. You've got about the same chance as a fucking monkey writing the works of Shakespeare on a typewriter. In my opinion, I don't know if that's true, but you know, like I'm going with it. You know, it's like 1 in 52 million. You know, 1 in 52 million chance that you win the lottery. You know, that's a lot. That's like a lot of fucking. You know, that's a lot of. You know, like you haven't even experienced 52 million days in your life, so you know you haven't even experienced 52 hours, 52 million hours in your day, in your fucking life. You know, like you have 1 in 52 million chance of winning the lottery. Like, probably more than that. I don't know. I can't remember. It's a lot. You know, it's fucking a lot. It's a big number. You know, you don't understand how much 52 million is. Yes, yeah. Some people do fucking win the lottery. You know, it's fucking. You know, it's luck. You know, like it's luck. Just like it's luck that fucking there were a guy called Shakespeare that created this fucking guild of people that wrote a load of fucking stories for him, and you know, and then Shakespeare became famous. You know, lucky that, lucky. You know, Shakespeare was heavily influenced by ghostwriters. You know, Shakespeare had a whole fucking like teachers guild, and you know, Shakespeare could like take influence from all these fucking people that he taught. You know, I'm not gonna lie, Shakespeare taught these people how to fucking speak English. You know, and like make these stories for him, and you know, like Shakespeare fucking took credit for it. Conspiracy, I know it's a conspiracy, but you know, like you didn't know about that, did you? not a problem, you know. Shakespeare is still a genius, you know. Just like fucking Einstein's a genius, but you know, Einstein took a lot of fucking influence from a lot of people as well. You know, he took a lot of people's equations, and he fucking made them his own, and fucking created law of fucking, what did Shakespeare fucking create? Law of inevitability. You know, Shakespeare stole a lot of people's ideas. I mean, not Shakespeare. Fucking Einstein. Einstein stole a lot of people's ideas as well. You know, it was okay back in them days. You know, like no one's gonna fucking like complain. You know, Einstein was still a genius. Don't get me wrong. Like even to understand fucking them equations, you know, like that is fucking genius. You know, I can't fucking understand it to this day. And where fucking like, you know, we have schools that fucking teach us this shit, you know, like maths and shit, you know. Like, I can't understand fucking Einstein's equations to this day. But, you know, he did steal a lot of fucking knowledge from other people. No one tells you about that. But, you know, like, the scientific establishment also does that, you know. Like, they steal people's ideas and they fucking run with it, and then they go, oh, yeah. And then they find out fucking more and more about fucking everything about the universe. And, you know, it's been happening forever. So, like, fucking people don't, like, scientists won't degrade Einstein. I'll degrade Einstein, because, you know, not all this was just because of Einstein, you know. He didn't find out all this shit because he fucking figured it out by himself, you know. He literally took other people's equations that wasn't mainstream, and, you know, he stole them for himself, and he fucking worked on it, and he fucking, you know, he created a fucking equation that, what, laws of gravity, you know. What did fucking Einstein discover again? Thermodynamics. Einstein fucking figured that out. Like, he didn't figure it out by himself. Let's just put it that way. You know, there was a lot of people around him. But, you know, he stole the ideas from. You know, let me just say that. You know, Einstein stole fucking other people's ideas. Let me just say that. You know, like, there was a lot of people around him that fucking he took influence from. Let's just put it that way. Is that my dog barking? So. You know what's funny? My dogs won't go far. You know? But they're uncontrollable. Like, you can't control them. It's rough lead, you know. They'll do whatever they want. And, you know, like they won't attack no dogs. You know, they won't bite them or like fucking, you know, attack them. But they will fucking charge them and they'll go, oh, yeah, you want to play? And like other dog handlers don't like that, you know. they don't like that. I can't not keep them on the lead because fucking they'll literally run after a cat, and fucking get run over. But you know, like they don't want to harm another dog, you know. They don't want to fucking. They're not pit bulls, you know. They're not gonna just rag fucking them to death, you know. Like they're just. I don't know why they do it. They're fucking dogs, man, you know. Like a lot of people don't even understand fucking like what a dog is, you know. Like they don't understand why dogs do what they do, you know. Like dogs do what they do because fucking hierarchy. And the only way you can teach your dog to not like fucking fight with other dogs is to let them fucking fight with other dogs, you know. Like literally just let them go at it, you know. Like, once my dog realizes, you know, he's not going to get away with it with another dog. Like, it'd be like, all right, shit, I better not do that anymore. But I can't teach him that without fucking letting him fucking fight with other dogs, you know. Like, I can tell him no all day long, but if the dog can't learn from practical ways, then and I can't let my dog fucking fight with other dogs, you know. It won't fight with other dogs. It'd be just like fucking, you know. It gets hyperactive. It's like, oh yeah, and fucking like people aren't like, you know. If I have my dog off the lead, you know, like people are like, oh, don't hurt my dog, you know. No, just let they'll be fine, you know. Like, don't worry about it, you know. I'm like, they'll be fine, you know. He's just an awkward bastard. He fucking, you know. He tries to mess about, you know. I can't let it happen, you know. People go, oh, you're cruel to your dog, you know. Like, I can't actually let it happen, you know. Like, he don't understand that I am the alpha yet. Like after like fucking 5 years of fucking living here, you know. Like I don't know how long. A couple of years I've been living here. He still doesn't understand that I am the alpha. He still thinks fucking Lawrence is the alpha. Like, it's starting to slowly come round, but you know, he don't bite me anymore. That's funny, you know. When I correct him, you know, he don't bite me anymore. So, you know, we're making progress. People are like, oh, you mistreat that dog, you know. No, I'm just trying to train him. I'm just trying to train him, you know. I'm just trying to fucking tell him that I am the alpha, you know. If I've got to take him for a walk, I need to know that I am the alpha. I am the alpha wolf. There's no fucking nobody else there. Like, You know, I shouldn't even let him off the lead in the park. You know, I shouldn't actually let him off the lead in the park. But it's a lot better when he's off the lead than on the lead. You know, he don't fucking attack no dogs. Well, he don't attack no dogs, like, when he's on the lead. But he always fucking, you know, he always, like, you know, he's like, fuck you, I'm the big man. You know, like, he always, like, acts up on the lead. When he's off the lead, he doesn't act up. So, like, I let him do what he wants off the lead. Because most of the time he's okay. If we just sat down on a bench and a dog walks past, he'll charge at him. And he don't bite him or anything. He just has to cause trouble for some reason. I don't know why. So I have to like discipline the dog. You know, Isabel, completely fine, you know. Like, she gets it. But Gizmo, like, I have to discipline him every time. Every single time he fucking barks at a dog, you know. I have to discipline him. And, you know, like, it's not working, you know. It doesn't work. You know, by discipline, I mean, you know, touch him, or, like, fucking, you know, yo, stop it, you know, no, or, like, if he's barking, you know, and I go, no, don't bark, and he won't show up, I'll literally go out to him and I'll go, go on then, you know, I just do that. So, oh, you're angry, you know. I don't know why that works, but, you know, it works. You know, so. There's a guy on YouTube called Dog Daddy. He goes shh all the time. You know, fucking works. You know, you don't have to fucking touch him. You don't have to hurt him. You don't have to fucking, you know, do anything. You know, like, you just got, all you've got to do is distract him. Like, it's all about distraction, but that doesn't solve the problem. You know, like, the problem is he don't respect me as a fucking alpha, the alpha dog. You know, because Lawrence is the alpha dog. So I don't know what to do about that, because fucking, you know, like, fucking Lawrence has been the alpha dog for fucking forever. So he don't bite me anymore though, so, like, I'm making progress. You know, I'm not a fucking dog trainer. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But, you know, like, I have to make sure he knows that I'm the alpha. Like, I have to make sure of that. He has to fucking stop when I fucking tell him to stop. You know? Like, one time, the fucking lead broke. The lead broke and they were off, you know? The dog were fucking off. And I'm like, I can't fucking stop you. I literally can't stop you. Like, literally pull on the lead all the time, you know. If he sees a dog or a cat, you know, is pulling on lead. Like, I can't allow him to do that, you know. Like, I need to fucking be able to stop that. And I don't care what it takes, you know. Like, I'll literally do anything. You know, like I'll touch his backside and I'll fucking, you know, I'll poke him. You know, that seems to work, you know. Like if you poke him, in fucking in groin, you know. Like, I don't like that. I mean, who would like that? You know, who would like that? But yeah, that doesn't even stop him. That doesn't even stop him. You know, he goes back to it straight away. So, like, cause he knows that I won't hurt him. You know, he knows that I won't hurt him. So he's like, fucking, I'll just carry on then. You know, like, even if I poke him in the most uncomfortable place possible for a dog, you know. You know, have you seen that guy? Have you seen that video where he fucking sticks a finger up his ass, up a dog's ass? Have you seen that video where the guy sticks a finger up a dog's ass? There's a video where a dog is fucking, you know, grabbed onto a fucking child. And this guy comes along, sticks a finger up the dog's ass, and it makes it let go. Have you seen that? I mean, you know, if you stuck a finger up my ass, you know, like, I'll fucking let go, you know. You know, like, that's probably real, you know. It's probably real, you know. Like this guy is a dog trainer probably, you know, and he just happened to be in a dog park, and you know, like fucking dogs literally grabbing onto somebody. The only way you can, like, fucking a pit bull or fucking a dog is gonna let go of fucking your leg or your child is stick your finger up the dog's ass, you know. It's the only way you're gonna make them let go. You can fucking touch them anywhere. I mean, maybe in the back of the leg, but like in the groin area, you know. If you stick your fingers like that in the groin area, maybe they might let go, but they'll probably bite you, you know. Sticking your finger up your dog's ass might actually fucking save you children. So, like, you know, do it, you know. Fucking whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Like, I'd literally just boot it in the head, you know. Like, I'd literally just boot it in the head until it dies, you know. If fucking a dog grabs hold of my fucking kid, or anybody for that matter, I'll literally just boot it in the head. But, you know, if there's an easier way, you know, stick your finger up a dog's ass. Stick your finger up a dog's ass. Who fucking knew? Who fucking knew? Who knew about that technique? You know? I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure that's pretty uncomfortable, you know? You know, if you're fucking, like, ramming your finger up fucking dog's ass. You know, like that'd be pretty uncomfortable. That'll definitely fucking sidetrack a dog, you know. Like, you know, kick him in balls as well, you know. Like fucking kick a dog in balls, or something like that. Kick a fucking dog in vagina, you know, or something like that. Like we're all the same, you know. Like literally, you don't need to stick a finger. Just kick them in balls, you know. Kick them in vagina. Like they'll soon let you go, your child. If they fucking got all of it. You know? People don't fucking think about this, you know, because like most of the people have like woke up in a society where you can't defend yourself. You know, like women are scared to go out on the street because like they're scared to defend themselves, and you know, like they won't defend themselves, and you know, because like they know. Like, they know that fucking men are more powerful than women, so women won't defend themselves. So, like, we're in a society where, you know, we're not allowed guns in England, you know, we're not allowed guns, we're not allowed knives, we're not allowed to defend ourselves, like, with weapons. So, what happens is fucking people are scared to go out in England, you know. People are scared to go out. And people are scared to defend themselves. Because, you know, like, not only are they scared to go out, you know, women are scared to go out. Literally, the whole of England, women are scared to go outside. Like, there's no doubt about it, you know. You know? And, like, you know, and even men, you know, men are scared to go out because they have to protect women. They have to protect women, and, you know, they might kill somebody, you know. If a man fucking protects somebody, they might fucking kill somebody. And, you know, if somebody comes along and tries to steal your phone, you know, you might fucking kill somebody, you know. Like, manslaughter, you know, you go to prison for manslaughter. Welcome to England, everybody. Welcome to England, you know, like... I'm not saying it's a good idea. But, you know, weapons of self-defense might actually save this country, you know. Pepper spray, you know. We could implement pepper spray, you know. You're not even allowed to use pepper spray in self-defense in this country. In England, you're not even allowed to use pepper spray. Like, non-lethal version of fucking, you know. If I chuck chili powder in someone's eyes, you know, that's illegal. You know, my dad taught me that. You know, just chuck some chili powder in someone's eyes. You know, just carry chili powder with you everywhere you go. You know, I'm like, Dad, how am I supposed to carry chili powder around with me everywhere I go? And I found out that's illegal as well. You know, like carrying anything for self-defense purposes is offensive. It is an offence, you know, like it's offensive. Carrying chili powder in your pocket is actually an offence, you know. Carrying anything for self-defense purposes is an offence because you have already decided that you are going to attack somebody with said offensive weapon, you know. Even if it's just for self-defense, you know. Like if I carry a gun, you know, this is the reason why we can't carry guns in England. If I carry a gun and I get attacked by somebody and I shoot somebody, that's still premeditated offence. You know, it's a premeditated offence. You know, you've decided that you are going to carry a gun so you can shoot somebody just in case somebody attacks you. Like you can't carry anything on you for self-defense purposes in this country. You can't fucking defend your family. You can't fucking defend anything. You know, you can't defend your country. You know, if a fucking suicide bomber comes along, you can't use weapons against him. You know, you can't do no. You can't kill him. You can't kill a suicide bomber. You know, you can't kill a. You know, you can't kill a fucking terrorist. You literally can't kill him. Yes, you can. You know, yes, you can. Anybody that threatens our fucking lifestyle, you can fucking murder. You know, like I give you that. I give you that. Permission. I give you that permission. Well, you know, like the law would say that's manslaughter. You know, that's manslaughter. You know. Like if a paedophile is shagging your sister, you know, or your daughter. What are you gonna do? I shouldn't really talk about this on YouTube. I should not talk about this on YouTube. You know, you'll get 0 to 10 years in prison for manslaughter. 0 to 10 years in prison. Like a lot of people don't understand that, you know. Like if you have to fucking defend yourself and you end up killing somebody, you know, you can get up to 0 years in prison or 10 years in prison. That's the you know, like nobody wants to tell you that, but you know. Like, you know, fucking English government ain't gonna tell you that. But, you know, you can get up to 0 years in prison for manslaughter. It depends what happens, you know. Zero to 10 years in prison. I don't recommend it, you know, because you could get up to 10 years in prison, you know, like that's why they say up to 10 years in prison, you know, 0 to fucking 10 years in prison, you know. So, you know, like the problem with our justice system is they don't like truly explain it to you, you know. I'll explain it to you, you know. You can defend yourself, and you can murder somebody in self-defense, you know. By English law, you know, you can kill somebody if that is necessary in self-defense. The only reason you can murder someone is in self-defense or in defense of another. It's the only reason. Like, if you was to murder someone, let's just say, like, they don't want to explain this to you, but you know, if that was to happen, you know, like, you as an English citizen have the power to fucking kill people. Let's just put it that way, you know, and get away with it, you know, as long as it's in self-defense and as long as it's like reasonable. Like, the English government don't want you to know that. And like, I don't really want to teach people this, but you know, and you can use whatever weapon necessary. By the way, you know, if the shit is the fan and you have to defend yourself with whatever weapon you need to fucking defend yourself, you can defend yourself. Like, I want to teach people this. Because, like, people think, oh, you know, like, I can't fucking defend myself. I can't, you know. What if someone fucking comes out with a gun, you know? What if somebody comes out with a gun or a knife, you know? Like, what if somebody fucking comes at you with a fist? I don't want to die. You have a right to fucking kill that person. Like, I don't want to, like, I shouldn't say this on YouTube, but, you know, like, I think it's important to understand. You have a right to fucking kill that person. If they're coming with a knife or a weapon, or, like, if you think you're gonna die, you know, if you think you're gonna die, you have the right of self-defense. And you can do whatever is necessary in that instance to protect yourself and your family and others. That's the self-defense laws. I think it's really important, you know. We don't have guns in this country, so, like, the only fucking defense we've got is fucking as fists, you know, and as body, you know, and, you know, so, like, there's a lot of knife crime in this country, and, you know, like, if you're getting knifed, you know, if somebody comes up with a knife, you know, make sure you put them down. Make sure you fucking, like, make sure they're fucking dead, you know. I shouldn't say that on YouTube, but, you know, make sure, you know. You know, if you had a gun, you know, you'd be like fucking, you know, oh, you coming towards a gun with a knife fight. Bang, 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 dead, you know, like. I'm not allowed fucking guns in this country, so make sure they don't get up, you know. You wanna attack people with knives? Like, I'll tell you all about it, you know. Make sure you're down, you know. Make sure you're down before, you know. I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm not having this shit in my country, you know. I'm not having this shit in my country. Like, literally, like, every day I hear about fucking stabbings, you know. I'm like, you know, can we have guns yet? Are we allowed guns? You know, maybe the law-abiding citizens need guns at this point, you know. Like, yo, fucking, you know, Like, can we have guns yet? Can we fucking freely carry arms, you know? Like, I don't want to die. I don't want to die to a stabbing. Do you want to die to a stabbing? Like, can we have some sort of fucking weapons that, you know, like, you know, a gun is fucking a perfectly reasonable fucking thing, you know? You go, yo, don't fuck about, bro. You pull a knife on me, you know, like, I'll point a gun at you. Don't, like, and no one dies, you know? Nobody dies unless you fucking come at me like a fucking dickhead, and then I'll just shoot you, you know? Like, dead. So what? Then we can fucking argue it in court, you know? Like, you know what we can't argue about in court? When I get stabbed and I'm dead, you know? I can't argue about it in court. Like, I'm not gonna die, you know? I'm not gonna die. I'm gonna fucking shoot you. If I had a gun, I'm gonna shoot you. You know, and you pull a knife on me, you know? I'm gonna shoot you. Like, obviously. And, you know, if you come up to me aggressively, I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face. That's the only thing I can do nowadays, you know? And I've done it. I've fucking done it, you know? Like, you come up to me aggressively, right in my face, I'll fucking knock you out, bro, you know? I've done it millions of times, you know? People fucking, I don't know what they're thinking, you know? And then they just run away. I don't know. They go, I'm gonna call police. I'm like, all right, you know, good on you, you know. Like, I'm not big and I'm not clever. I'm just like fucking. I'm not gonna fucking like let you come up to me if you're aggressive, you know. Because I don't know what you're gonna do, you know. Like, one punch, you could kill me, you know. I'd rather kill you before you kill me, you know, if you come into my personal space. So, you know, and everyone has that same fucking, you know, like fucking, you know, fucking, you know, like, I don't want to die, you know, I don't want to die, so I'll knock you out before you knock me out, you know, I mean, okay, if you want to have an argument with me, have an argument with me from fucking over there somewhere, you know, like fucking, just like 6 foot away from me. I'm fine, you know. If you want to shout at me, you know, shout at me all you want, you know. Like, but if you come like aggressively towards me, you know, like, fucking, you know, you're gonna walk into a punch. It's not rocket science. It's not going to be a nice punch, you know. It's not going to be a nice punch. I just want to say that, like, England is going to have guns eventually. Like, the way that it's going right now is like everybody's going to be allowed guns, because I can't see any other any other way around it, you know. Like, you like, the government keeps importing loads of people that fucking have knives and fucking guns, and people are dying, you know, like fucking kids are dying, like people are dying, like guns are gonna be legal one of these days. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, you know, fucking criminals can get all the guns. So the only way to fucking like fight that is with if the people have guns. Bro. Yeah, I'd love a world where England doesn't have guns, but I can't see any world where England is not gonna have guns. You know, like people need guns. Like women don't even dare go out. You know, in England, women. You know, I mean, you know, a lot of women do dare go out, but you know, a lot of women get raped as well. So, like, imagine if women carried guns. You know, imagine a world where women carried guns. Like, how much would that like curb the rape of our women? You know. Like, women in England are fucking little bastards as well. Like, they fucking fight. Like, fucking English women, they fucking fight. You know. Imagine if fucking like women and everybody carried guns. You know, like none of that shit would happen. None of the shit would happen that's happening in England right now. No knife crime. Zero knife crime. You know, if people carry guns. There'd be plenty of fucking shootings, you know. I'm not gonna lie, you know. Like, it's gonna take a while